Yay! On time for once. I was like 30 seconds early, guys. What's up, everybody? I keep forgetting to get my other headphones. I have a pair. I gotta go dig them up. I want to try to wear them. See how long I can wear them. Okay, so how is everybody doing? I'm kind of looking forward to this week's what's going to happen in the trial. Is Amber for sure going to be on the stand? Man, there's so many clickbait videos. Clickbait videos. Remember I was telling you how like I clicked on like 3 of them that said this was last weekend. It said that Amber fired her lawyer or whatever, that woman lawyer, and I clicked on it. And it was just clickbait. Well, my mom, she's clicked on a few videos, but she didn't know. She actually didn't click on them. She saw the titles and she didn't click on them. So she's like, "So how's Amber doing on the stand?" I'm like, "She's not on the stand. What do you mean?" She's like, "Oh, there's some videos popping up that said she was on the stand and she wasn't doing good." So more clickbait, people making up things that she's on the stand doing bad and stuff. What is wrong with people? I don't understand how they can get away with it when it's like a complete lie. Yeah, as a creator, you kind of maybe exaggerate or you word things in a way to grab your audience, but you don't lie about it. Like that's a complete lie. Like especially if you don't address like no, they don't even address it. It's just weird. Oh well, I guess you'll have that. You could actually that's against policy of YouTube. If you read through their policy though, they could get in trouble for doing that. Because in their policy it says basically your title has to basically match, like it has to be what's in your video. So I mean, if they get caught, if too many people like probably flag them, I mean they're probably gonna get those videos taken down. Maybe I don't know how that works, but anyway, how's everybody? Hi, Muffin Top. Hey, Marilyn, Hillbilly, Billberry, Shannon's Cooper. So I did watch some of the. Remember, I was telling you I was gonna wait to watch The Psychologist. I did watch some of it because I edited a video. Wait till you see it. I'm gonna upload it after this live. Remember how I told you that I was watching another video, a compilation of every time she basically was like, she that Amber's lawyers were wrong and she basically called him out. Well, when I was going through it, I found so many more. So I'm in my own compilation, and instead I like added in some edits and actually added in what the question was, because the one I found, you just saw you just basically saw the lawyer just saying, "Nope, that's not correct. Nope, that's not correct." So I actually edited it where you could see what she was answering. Plus, I added in some edits and stuff, and I found more than that video had. It's basically 7 minutes. I'm gonna title it like 7 minutes of the psychologist making Amber's lawyers look stupid or something. I don't know. I gotta think of a title. But I was done all day editing in it, and I was like, should I play it tonight for everybody? No, because I am gonna upload it, so I'll just wait. It'll be after. It's good. I'm proud of it. Oh, thank you, 66 Lester. Am I saying that right? Aw, that's sweet. Hey, the J. Trishy. Yay, serial killer kid. Serial killer kid. Wait, did you add kid onto your name? You never used to have kid, right? When it wasn't it just serial killer before? Gilly. Oh, and I watched Behavior Panel, guys. I listened to you. I watched the part 1 and part 2. Or wait, was there part 2? Or was the part 2? I don't know if that's the one where part 2 that there's a premiere and it hasn't came on maybe. But I did watch 2 of them because I watched the deposition they did a year ago, but I don't think they did part 2, right? Remind me. Because then I went on to watch a bunch of theirs. It got me hooked on their channel. I was just watching like the Michael Jackson one and what else? I don't know. Then the Alec Baldwin, was it Alec Baldwin? Yeah, I didn't realize even that was going on where that somebody got shot on set. I didn't even know it on that Rust, the Alec Baldwin movie. He shot some. Well, it was a loaded gun. It was supposed to be what do they call it? My God, forget what they call the gun when it's not loaded. There's a name for it, but here they found real bullets on the set and stuff, and they killed. It hit one. I think they called her cinematographer or whatever. It hit her in the armpit. She ended up dying and went through her armpit. It hit the guy in back of her, the director. He's okay. And the other girl ended up dying. Okay, part 2's not out yet. A blank? Yeah, but a hot gun. I think a hot gun, and then no, yeah, I know the blanks. They put it in blanks, and then I was learning a lot about bullets and stuff. And then I started like watching another one, it led me to other things about, they're called armorers, like on set where they have to make sure there's blanks and then there's something else. Oh my God. Another bullet where the one bullet doesn't fire. It's just for the look. So if they do a close up, it looks like a real bullet. And then the blanks, I don't remember which one's the blank and which one is the other one, but the blanks like make the psh, but there's no projectile thing. So it doesn't, there's gunpowder, but there's nothing that projects out. And those are called something. And those are the only two that should be on a movie set. Well, they found real live bullets, like real bullets on there, which the armorer said she freaking didn't know because they asked her, no, there's no real bullets. There shouldn't be. Well, here, when they're interviewing everybody, they found out that they were actually shooting those prop guns. They're having to shooting them like on their off time. They're on the set. They were shooting them like a shooting range, like shooting them. And the prop guns, that's like, they're going to get in so much trouble. It's a Rust. It's called Rust, a movie Alec Baldwin was in. Go check it out. And the only reason I found out is because Behavior Panel was doing Alec Baldwin. They were doing a video on him, and then it led me to his interrogation, like the police interview. So I would just watch a bunch of stuff today. So anyway, but that's interesting. Yeah, it's a Rust. No, I didn't know. I know I'm so like and busy freaking because when either I'm doing my true crime channel stuff or I'm watching like other stuff. Like on my time off, I watch anything but like that kind of stuff because I just like want to get away from it. So I'm watching like funny stuff, comedy. So no, I didn't know. It's crazy. It was interesting though. Um, yeah, she's not going to work that job. She's very inexperienced. I guess she was on another movie before that with Nicolas Cage, and he said they fired her or they wanted to fire her. I don't know if they ended up firing her, but they wanted to fire her. I think they might have. And they said she was a rookie. Her dad was like an armorist. He was a real well-known armorist. He supposedly taught her everything she knows, but she's still like new to it. And Nicolas Cage said she was so unprofessional. She would like fire shots and not warn him, and it would like go in his ear, and she just was like just not good. And she's probably not gonna have a job anymore, man. I don't think Alec Baldwin I don't blame him, but if he knew about any of that taking place then, because I guess he's a producer of that movie, so it's kind of his set. If he knew that they were doing it, but if he didn't have any idea that they were shooting off scene, like on off time, they were actually on the scene shooting real bullets. If he knew that, then he might get in trouble, but maybe he didn't know. He's the star of it. He probably just came on to do his part. I mean, I don't know. He probably didn't know about it, hopefully. But yeah, I don't know. I just started learning about it today. You guys might know more. He said in the interview that it was a real low budget film. So they didn't have that much money to make it. So, I mean, they probably cut corners and, you know, I don't know. But anyway, it's interesting. If you guys don't know about it, there's a bunch of videos on it. You could watch the interviews. You could watch when the cops go on the set and they're trying to, save the girl. And yeah, you could watch all of his interviews. Him and his wife and kids were driving down, and this is the one Behavior Panel did the video where they were being followed by like media or whatever, and he pulls over and does like a quick like what do you call it like a press conference, or not a press conference, but a little like thing just to tell him because they wouldn't leave him alone. So they just kind of like, what do you guys want to know? And they asked, and he's like, I can't tell you anything about the investigation. You could tell he was mad. Him and his wife were mad, man. So, yeah. No, the director was shot. It said, I don't know. The video I watched said he was the producer, and the director was the guy behind the cinematographer that got shot. The director got shot because it went through her armpit, I guess, and she ended up dying and went through her and went into him, and he got hit his shoulder, and he's fine, but the girl died. So yeah, they had live ammo. When they did the investigation, they found live ammo on the truck of the, her, the prop area. And then I think some on the outside. And then when they were interviewing, it was found out that they were actually using those prop guns to shoot live ammo, like shooting range or whatever, like because they're out in the area. They probably unprofessional, like, let's shoot the guns, man. We have all this land, and they were just shooting practice, I guess, which is bullcrap because I guess you can't do that on a set. Um, so yeah, I don't know. It's crazy, guys. It's very interesting though. So anyway, but I don't know for sure, Shannon. I don't know. I like I said, I was just learning about it today. I just saw one video that said he was a producer, but I know, and then they said the director was shot, and they showed a picture of the director. Maybe there's two. Maybe he is a director too. Are you talking about Alec Baldwin? I don't know. It was a girl that died. It was a cinematographer. They called her Hutchinson or something. Hutchins. So yeah, just like remember Jason Lee, um, on The Crow when he died, and then there was one more that Alec mentioned in that interview that was like a well-known person that got killed on set, which is actually kind of surprising after like how many videos for how many years. Only three. Well, is that all? That maybe that's just all that he listed. Is there? That'd be interesting to look. Is there really only three known deaths of that happening? Because not everybody's perfect. There's probably budgets that people screw up like that, and with all the movies being made, if there's only three that ever happened to, that's actually kind of pretty good, right? And I don't mean that, I know that sounds horrible because the three that died, I mean, that's horrible, but I'm saying there's a lot of careless people in the world. There's a lot of cheap people. There's a lot of who are humans, people that screw up, not responsible. You know what I'm saying? And all the movies that got made, like you would think maybe that carelessness would happen more, but you would hope not. But being human and just idiots out there, there's a lot of stupid people out there. Well, I mean, we know, look, true crime, we see. But anyway, Brandon Marlowe? You mean Marlon Brando? No, Jason Lee. Wait, Brandon Lee. Did I say, wait, did I say, I said Jason Lee, Brandon Lee. So I'm sorry. My neighbor that I grew up with was Jason Lee. Did I say what did I say? I think I did. But that's funny because he was like my best friend growing up in my neighborhood. Like he was my neighbor. Anyway, Brandon Lee, yeah. I think I did say the wrong name. But anyway, okay, so I don't know if that's true. That's just I want to look it up, but that's what when Alec did that quick interview, he named like three different deaths, I think. So I don't know if that's all there is. It'd be interesting to look to see if there is any more, or is it just only three? I don't know. All right. So, hey, Tennessee. Hey, Muffin Madeline. Actually, a piece of shrapnel was caught in a chamber from the previous live round firing. That's what killed him. But why was there a live round firing? I thought you would never have a live round, Madeline. There was a live round? Are you talking about Brandon Lee? And I didn't even really say what happened with them. So who you saying actually like are you responding to somebody? Did somebody else say something else happened or something? Um They're supposed to check for that though too. You know what I'm saying? The armor should have checked for anything that was caught in the chamber. I mean, that's still carelessness. That's still something that they should be trained to check for, whether it's a live round or like something like that, you know. So that's their job. But why would they have a live round though? Can you explain that? I didn't think that they would have like why was there a live round in that gun before that? That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know Thrive Alive. That's just what Madeline said. I'm not sure. But I just know that they're supposed to check for anything stuck in there, like anything stuck in the chamber or anything that could shoot out. Because oh, you just mean the live round as far as the one with the gunpowder, but without the projectile. Is that what it's called, live? Is that what you mean? Yeah, I think it is called live. You're right. It's not like a real bullet. It just has the gunpowder, which makes the noise, but it doesn't have the projectile. And so you're saying the shrapnel projected out. That's why they have to check to make sure there's nothing stuck in the chamber, because then that could shoot out, you know? Hey, Kales. Oh, wow. Oh, you guys know a lot about that. That's crazy. I didn't like that's you guys are on it about the rust. Yeah, Baldwin. But he said he didn't pull the trigger. Pull the trigger. He said he just cocked it. He pulled it back because it was a rehearsal. It wasn't even one where he would that there should have been a live round. He said it should have been cold, right? I'm pretty sure. Either way, he said he didn't pull the trigger. He said he just cocked it back, and when he released the cock, because it was I think it was rehearsal or something, or there was a close up where he didn't need to actually pull the trigger. He just cocked it because they were trying to get like close ups, and when he unreleased it, it shot. He said he never actually pulled the trigger. If he's telling the truth, it's just from pulling the back and then from releasing it, it somehow shot. That's his story. He even told the cops in the interview. So I don't know, unless if he's misremembering. I doubt he would lie on purpose, at least, because I mean, that's obviously he didn't do it on purpose. So he wants to be as truthful as possible, make sure everything is cool because it's not like he tried to shoot and kill somebody on purpose. So, if you're not guilty, just tell the truth. You'll get out of it. Not get out of it, but you know what I'm saying? You'll realize it's an accident. Hopefully, it's not something a negligent thing that he did. But if it is, it's not like it's he'll go to prison for the rest of his life or anything. I don't think. I'm sure he'll get a charge if it's something that he screwed up on, but hopefully he didn't really know about it. I kind of believe him. I don't think. I don't know. I just don't think it was his fault. But Becky, okay, so if you're saying, yeah, if he's the producer and is he the running the show, if he cut the corners and yeah, I guess if it's something like that. But if she was qualified just because she wasn't experienced and she was cheaper, it doesn't mean that he's responsible. Because I mean, she's allowed to be on sets, so that wouldn't be his fault or anything. You know what I'm saying? Like that couldn't be like a criminal thing because he hired a cheaper person because she was unexperienced. Because rookies got to start somehow. You have to gain experience somehow. So you know, low budget. Let's give her a chance. We don't have that much money. It's not like he didn't do anything criminal. I mean, by hiring her. But okay, hey Ashley. Yeah, Hutchins. What's her first name? Helena Hutchins. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I said. Yep, the director was injured because it got him in the shoulder. Um, yeah, she was a very well-known armorist kid, and she said that her dad basically taught her everything that she knew, but she wasn't ready. I guess they said she wasn't. Maybe she was careless. Maybe she just didn't have it in her. Just I don't know. Probably like just having fun, just being careless. Which with that kind of a job, you cannot be, man. That's too important. Wow, I thought she was even younger than that. Wait, who is 42? The armorist? The armorist looked like she was like in her 20s or 30s. But you're talking about the woman that died? I doubt that she was qualified. She was the daughter of someone important in this. Well, yeah, but he supposedly trained her. So, I mean, I'm saying like she was probably allowed to be that. You know what I'm saying? It probably wasn't illegal them hiring her. She was qualified enough where I got to be careful the word I use. I shouldn't use qualified. I just mean she was allowed. I'm sure she was whatever you need to have that job. I'm sure she had the credentials as far as not the experience, but you have to start somewhere. She was allowed to be doing that job is what I mean. Like it wasn't a criminal act that they had her hired. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean. Qualified, I don't know, because you guys people could take that the wrong way, like it's meaning like experience. No, she even admitted she's not experienced. She was a rookie on it. Like I said, though, everybody needs to give that first chance because it's like I used to hate that finding a job. It's like, oh nope, you don't have no experience. Well, how do you freaking get experience if nobody hires you without experience? You know what I'm saying? It used to drive me nuts. Like every job, even the entry level jobs, you need experience. Well, how do you ever get it if you have to have it to even get it? And you just have to luck out one day and have somebody just really like you or see something in you and give you a chance without experience. I hate that crap. Hi, Bridget. Qualified. I mean, see, you could look at that word in a couple different ways. I just mean she had the proper training. You know what I'm saying? Her dad did train her. She was allowed to do that job. Just like, for instance, like jobs that I had, the pharmacy technician. I was qualified, but I was new. So I had no experience, but I was allowed to do the job. I became certified. You know what I'm saying? So you could use that word in a different way. I'm not using it as experienced. I'm using it as she was allowed to do the job. I don't know, guys. I feel like I can never say the right stuff. No, because you need to get the experience somewhere. Somebody has to give you a chance. There's always going to be those new people. How do you get the experience if you never get it? So no, I disagree about that. Okay, so she just, screwed up, was a little bit careless. She should. I think it was. She had her dad. She was already like one up. She got in with good jobs because of her dad. I'm sure she was trusted probably way more than she should have because of her dad. She just probably let it go to her head, just goofed around, didn't take it that serious, and probably if she put her mind to it and stayed focused, she probably would have done fine. But she was probably goofing off, having fun. I don't know, just not focusing. I'm sure it's not that she isn't capable of doing it. She probably was just did something wrong, wasn't focused. You know, sucks. And didn't realize how important something like that is. And sometimes that does come with experience. That's why people want you to be experienced, because with experience you learn that kind of stuff. So anyway, hi Mrs. Kurt Cobain. Oh, and they said she was the armorist and the prop master or whatever they call it. But I was watching an interview because somebody's like, well, who hires the armorist? The prop master does. Well, she was both. So she had both jobs. She did the props and the armor. So she could have been a little bit overworked too, trying to do both jobs. But I watched an interview with another guy that's an armorist, and they asked, is that normal? He said, these days, that's what people are doing now. That's what a lot of movie sets are doing. It's not right. It's with the whole COVID and everything going on. A lot of them are just, their budgets aren't equipped, and they take cuts in those areas. So a lot of the sets have the same prop master as the armorist. He doesn't agree with it, but a lot of them are doing it. So it is done, which he doesn't think this guy's like, it's not probably the best idea, but that's what a lot of them are doing. So anyway, yeah. Yep. All right, guys. So, well, I can't believe everybody is that interested. We could probably have done a video on that. I was definitely interested in it. Hey, Ohio Time Lady. Yes, definitely. That's exactly what I meant. You worded it better. Um, anyway, muffin top, I know, muffin top. So, Kenzie, you don't need a real gun on set, you just need a fake plastic. Yeah, I mean, that's true, but a lot of these sets, they want the real guns because it looks real, and I know, but hey, Batman! Oh, Batman, you're back! You changed your name back! We got our superhero back! Yay! I missed you. You're a boy, Roy boy. I like that. Hey, Gigi. Diana. Chelsea. Bridget, Marilyn, Linda, what's up? All right. So what do you want to watch first? You guys want to just watch this? Look at this mark right there. It's like I just saw it after I took a shower. It just like appeared on my face. It's not a pimple. It's like just like a raised. Sometimes my skin gets these like red things. I used to get hives that were like probably like 3 times the size, but they were flat and they just get red. They didn't ever itch. They would just pop up on my face. But this one's smaller and it's actually raised. But it's not a pimple. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a hive. Maybe it's just a different kind of hive. Huh. Anyway, all right. So we can watch The Psychologist. Man, it's good. She's good. Like I said, I didn't watch all of it, but I watched the cross exam because I wanted to put together that compilation. And oh my god, I was dying. It's very entertaining. You have just I hope that all of you have seen it. Okay. But do you want to watch the first like the direct exam first, or what do you want to do? Or do you just want to watch the cross exam of the psychologist? How do you want to do it? Now for the cross exam I was able to edit and cut off all the downtime, but for the direct exam I didn't, so it's up to you. We for sure are watching the cross exam because that's entertaining. But do you want to watch the direct exam too or not? Maybe we could watch a part of it where she explains. Hold on a second. Where she explains like what the disorders are. Hold on a second. Let me. And then I have some other parts. Okay, so let me see here. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Here we go. All right, let me see which one I want to do. Histrionic. Yeah, we're for sure doing the. Well, maybe we'll skip through the direct exam and then we'll do that real quick first because you almost have to watch that first because the cross exam's after the direct exam, then they go back. But okay, so let's see. How many of you guys have watched it already, though? Well, remember that 11-minute thing before they go to break? I'm not going to watch that again. We watched that together already. So I'm just going to start with the other part. I'm going to do a poll. I want to know how many have already seen it, just so I know kind of how many people is just new to watching it. Yeah, I'm anxious for tomorrow for the trial. Man, okay, does anybody know? Is she supposed to come on? Is she still going to come up on on the stand? Has anybody heard for sure? Amber? And when? Oh my god, I'm kind of nervous for her. Like, not that I want like that I'm on her side, but I'm just like because I'm nervous for her just because it's wow. Like I can't even imagine because how is she gonna lie? Like I feel like because she's gonna have to lie a bunch. I was gonna come easy to her, but I guess I'm just nervous to see how it goes down, you know? And I'm anxious too. Like I hope she does. Let me see what you guys are saying. Is she? This week? Wait, are you sure? This week though? Oh my god, I gotta make sure I don't miss it. Wait. Oh, she does? All right, hold on. I'm just gonna do a poll, like how many have already watched it, just so I know as we're watching some. All right, let's just see. Let's see how many people watched it. Hi, Crime Curious. Gabby. They said Friday. Did she? Okay. Wow. She'll probably be on at least probably 3 days. Her. Um. Yeah. First weekend. Oh, okay. First witness. All right. Why? You're not going to watch her modeling? Why? Wait, is it tomorrow or not? Some people are saying tomorrow and some people are saying Friday. I gotta know because when she's on, I'm gonna start watching it in the morning. I want to start make sure I don't get backed up that day because I'll probably end up when she's on. I'm gonna try to do like little clips and do some uploads and stay on top of it for interesting things. So I want to make sure I know, huh? Because usually I wait till like either I'm a day behind or I watch everything in double mode, double speed, but I probably won't with her. I probably won't need to. Oh, thanks, Batman. Oh, thank you. Wow, most people did watch it. Shoot, you guys probably don't want to watch it again then. Well, let's just kind of go through little sparks. Well, I guess still 30% hasn't. So, okay. We'll just kind of skip through it a little bit. Let's.
And your next question, sir?
I haven't watched this part.
Thank you.
I haven't. This one I haven't.
But Dr. Curry, before the break, you were talking about some of the factors that you considered in determining that Ms. Heard suffers from personality disorders. And one of them, I think the last one you said before you left, was self-report. What do you mean by that?
So the self-report would be things that Ms. Heard indicated to me specifically. So there were a couple of characteristics that she noted in her self-report that were consistent with these personality disorders. The first was actually my own behavioral observations of her based on her self-report. So one of the hallmark characteristics of histrionic personality disorder is sort of a overly dramatic presentation. We call this impressionistic speech. So it tends to be very flowery. It uses a lot of descriptive words like magical, wonderful.
Pay attention. Let's watch the 11 minutes that I watched with you guys. Remember, she looked down most of the time, and her typical thing is she's looking up. I mean, she's like almost like staring at all the witnesses. She makes good eye contact, or at least she's always looking. It looks like she's looking right at them, and it's very like a very constant stare. This is the first one I've noticed where she looks down most of the time, barely ever looks up. And when she looks up, it's always just real quick and then back down and she's writing. Gosh, I would like to see what she's writing. Like I said, I haven't watched this part yet. I watched the 11 minutes before this, writing the whole freaking time. So let's see. I'm going to pay attention. And did she do it this whole time on direct exam? I want her notebook. What the heck is she writing in it? Now, when they do the cross exam, they don't show her barely because they show the psychologist, and then they show the her lawyers. They don't have the thing on her that much. From what I noticed, if they ever do, it's always just on the lawyer. Anyway, I don't know. What is she writing? Like, do you think she's doodling or do you think she's writing? And does it look like it's like she's going down on the page? Does she ever flip the page? Because if she's writing the whole time, wouldn't she fill it up? So let's pay attention. I think she's embarrassed. It's like the shame kind of, where she hates this. This is like embarrassing her in a way, as much as she could feel embarrassment because we don't know. But like, I think it's like shaming her in a way, and this is just not comfortable for her. I don't think she hates this. And she's probably mad because she probably feels betrayed by her. Because she probably thought it was like, oh, I have PTSD. It's gonna, because these type of people think, oh, they're gonna believe me. I know what to say. And like she says, I caught when she takes that personality test and she didn't have like those high levels, but then on the other one, because they're able to, the way they do these tests is if you try to lie, they are like, these tests are made where they catch you in the lies. Like you can't just make up things because the way they do it, it's like you can't. I don't know, how do I explain it, guys? Help me. Where it's like they're made up where like there's like a check system almost where, so her trying to act like it, or like it basically caught her. I forget how she explains it, but she does explain it. It must be in the cross exam because I didn't watch this part. But so Amber's trying to probably make it look like a PTSD as much as possible, but she couldn't hide it because these tests are good, you know? Anyway, all right. I know, yeah.
And it can go on for quite some time, and yet it really lacks any substance. So at the end, you're left wondering what was just said or what the answer is to the actual question. So that occurred a number of times. And it also represented the quick shifts you'll see between emotions. So she would suddenly be one way, and then she would become very animated or very sad. And when people are displaying these emotions with this personality disorder, there's a sense of shallowness to it. People who are observing them will feel like it's almost play acting, and they might not be able to put their finger on it. But part of it is because of the rapidness with which the person can switch emotions, and also the lack of substance. They don't really refer to, I feel this way. They might describe emotions, they might describe events, but very rarely, and Ms. Heard did not say, I feel vulnerable. She never really indicated a vulnerable feeling of her own. Then the substance of her self-report. So when I was asking her information about her history.
We're going to ask more about that later. I was just trying to get a sense of what a self-report was.
Oh, okay.
What psychological tests did you perform?
Okay, so psychological tests, I'll just go in order. So first of all, I asked her a couple questions from something called the mini mental status exam. That's really just a fancy way of saying that I wanted to make sure that she was alert and oriented to, we call it person, place, and time. That means she knew who she was, she knew who I was, she knew where we were, and she knew the date. That way I can ensure that she's able to participate in the evaluation and understand what's happening. I then administered something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2. The 2 means that it's the second edition. And this is something we call an objective measure. So it asks 567 questions, more statements, and the person either agrees or disagrees with them, how much the statement represents them. And this test has been around since 1943. There are more than 10,000 studies showing that it is appropriate for determining somebody's personality traits. It measures all of those things I sort of mentioned, how a person thinks, feels, and behaves in multiple different aspects of their lives. It also measures very accurately any signs of mental illness or dysfunction. And the reason I also really like this test, whenever you're using a test for an evaluation that's going to be used in a forensic setting, people have a lot of incentive to present themselves in a way that's going to benefit their case. And they may want to look like they're sicker than they really are. They may want to look much healthier than they really are. And some of those incentives, they may not even realize that they're intending to do that. So it can be conscious or unconscious, but you really need to have a test that can check for that. And the MMPI-2 has a set of validity scales, we call them. These are scales that measure really the truthfulness and accuracy with which a person is approaching the test. And these scales on this particular test have been so well researched over many decades that they've become very nuanced, and they can tell us a lot about if somebody's, for instance, exaggerating. Are they elevating one of the scales that shows that they're exaggerating on purpose? Are they exaggerating in a manner that's more like a cry for help? Are they exaggerating in a manner that's clever and sophisticated or more obvious? And then the same exact thing goes for trying to minimize symptoms. We have a number of scales that can show us all the different, if somebody's trying to say they're the most wonderful person on earth, or if they're just trying to deny problems, and if they're doing that again in a very clever way or more of an obvious way. So that test was my choice for this case. There's one other reason I'd like to add, is that part of my evaluation was, one of the reasons was to assess whether Ms. Heard has post-traumatic stress disorder, which I told you about earlier, as a result of the incidents that she's alleged occurred by Mr. Depp. And that's a really tough disorder to find out if somebody's faking it or not. It's one of the most easily faked disorders. Most of us know what it feels like to feel anxious. And a lot of people have seen war movies and movies that depict somebody having PTSD. In fact, some research has shown that if you give someone a diagnostic checklist and said, show that you have PTSD, they can do it 96% of the time, just someone on the street. So you really need a test that's very sensitive to that. And the MMPI-2 has been shown in multiple studies to be excellent at detecting those attempts.
Okay, you keep using MMPI-2. That's the abbreviation that you folks use for?
I'm sorry if I hadn't said that. That's the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory.
Okay. What other psychological testing did you perform?
So I also performed the clinician-administered PTSD scale, -5, and that -5 links it to the diagnosis for PTSD in our current diagnostic manual, the 5th version. To do that test, you first administer something called the Life Events Checklist. And the Life Events Checklist, both of these tests, by the way, were developed by the National Center for PTSD with the Department of Veterans Affairs. But the Life Events Checklist lists 16 different very stressful life events that people can go through that are often can be associated with developing PTSD. And then it also has a 17th item that you can fill in if you feel like you've been through something really difficult that wasn't included. Now, I like to also add something called the Life Events Checklist 5 interview, which digs a little bit deeper into the person's childhood as well to find out if there's so many different things that can be difficult growing up. And also, it's very important that you have the person determine which of the events they've listed, let's say they have a number of different types of traumas, which one do they feel like was the most traumatic for them? Which one still causes them to feel distressed when they talk about it? And sometimes they can't just identify one. And then that leads to your next decision. So if they have multiple different similar types of events, like seeing combat, then you might use that as the worst one, the multiple similar. So that looks like you describe an anchor, we call it, to do the testing, and we would maybe describe the anchor as the worst of my combat experience, okay? Now, if somebody had multiple different traumas from different times in their life, like childhood abuse, and then went to combat and had some horrible things happen there, you would do the clinician-administered PTSD scale test, the one that comes after. You do one for the childhood event and a separate one for the adulthood event.
Does this clinician-administered PTSD scale have a handy abbreviation?
It does. Okay. We'll call it the CAPS-5. That's actually what it goes by.
Okay. How common is the use of the MMPI-2 in your profession?
The MMPI-2 is actually the most commonly used assessment worldwide by mental health professionals and in forensic settings for the court.
Why'd you use it?
I used it for that purpose and for its excellent validity in those settings across genders, across ethnicities, for different reasons. And when I keep saying validity, by the way, what I mean is accuracy, and I'll try to work that in. But then also for detecting the accuracy with which a person reports PTSD.
Okay. Is that scaled in some way?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Does that make use of a scale in some way?
The MMPI-2, do you mean specifically for PTSD?
Yes.
There's actually a combination of scales you want to look for. You would never make the diagnosis just based on one scale alone, or even on the test alone. You'd integrate other data.
All right. How did you administer the MMPI-2 to Ms. Heard?
I provided her the test on an iPad. She essentially had her own little desk area and then an iPad. She hits start, it provides her with the instructions, and then it gives her 567 statements in order. For each one, she taps true or false.
What did you learn about Ms. Heard from the results of the MMPI-2?
Quite a bit. I wrote up a 25-page interpretation outline. It has numerous scales. So one of the reasons I like this measure so much is that it can tell you so much about multiple different traits and tendencies and mental issues. One of the primary things I learned was that she had a very sophisticated way of minimizing any personal problems. I also learned that she tends to, well, there were a number of characteristics that were consistent with the eventual diagnoses, but some of the primary characteristics, and I'm going to try to condense 25 pages here, were essentially externalization of blame, tending to have a lot of inner hostility that is attempted to be controlled, a tendency to be very self-righteous, but to also deny that self-righteousness and to judge others critically against these sort of high standards for moral value, but also to deny doing that, essentially to claim that one is very non-judgmental and accepting and yet very full of rage, really. And these aren't facts, but her scores essentially correlated, so they were consistent with other people who obtained these scores who have been shown through many studies to have these very specific traits. So externalization of blame, a lot of inner anger and hostility, sometimes that anger among these groups with similar scores, these people might have that anger kind of explode out at times. They tend to be very passive aggressive. They may be self-indulgent, very self-centered.
Man, this makes me miss psychology. It makes me remember why I love psychology. How amazing is that? Like everything that from what we know about her that we would have thought she was like, that we think, that we're thinking, it's like from these tests. And the crazy thing is, you know, she was trying to hide that in the test, but it catches it. Like how amazing. Oh, how amazing is this like research and these tests and stuff, man. Anyway, I'm going to end this poll, guys. So 80% yes, solid, 20% no. So let me end this. Okay. Yeah. I wonder, okay, so I bet you she had her hair down maybe, like, and then like maybe when she got there, like she just pulled it up real quick, or maybe she had it up the whole time, but it almost seems like it was something she just hurried up and pulled up. Maybe she was getting hot and she just kind of like pulled it up real quick or something, right? I mean, I can't see like that being something where she was like getting ready in the morning and that's how she does her hair. It was probably originally down and through the day she just threw it up. Don't you think? It doesn't bother me. That's kind of like me. I don't care. My hair always looks like it's not brushed. I do brush it, but anyway, muffins, but it's too perfect kind of bias. But it is a bit too perfect. I just know the kid name. What? Are you joking? Herkafurjiknik. Wait, are you serious? All right, I'm going to continue. All right, was that a joke? Let me know, Kenzie. I don't even know how to say that name.
Could use manipulation tactics to try to get their needs met, very needy of attention, acceptance, approval. They tend to distance people who are close to them. Initially, they may seem very charming. They're very socially sophisticated, actually. That was a major component on there. They have a capacity to kind of offer some of their faults, but in a way, but only the ones that people think of lightly and can all relate to. And so they can present as very fair and balanced, but in actuality, they really might be very judgmental of others and unaware of problems in their behavior and their thinking.
So after you provide the examination via the iPad, what do you do?
So once they've completed the test, you can have it scored by the computer immediately. It's a very, very complex test to interpret, but right away you get a list of what's called critical items, and these are just some, a couple of the items, the statements that are presented that are more clearly symptom-based, and I always follow up with the examinee. Some of these might have to do with suicide, some of them might have to do with other symptoms that you just like to get a little bit more information on, because sometimes an examinee might tell you they're completely fine when you're doing your interview with them and that they have no symptoms. And then when they take the test, it says that they're having trouble sleeping, or they struggle with nausea all the time, or they feel very anxious. And so you want to follow up on that.
Okay. What's a code type?
A code type, let me think of how to explain this very, very simply. So the main scales, and I keep referring to scales, these are just the main scores that come up on this test. We can refer to them as codes. And when I was saying that Ms. Heard's scores could be compared to certain groups of people that had been researched before to obtain similar scores, the research has shown that certain people will have certain scores that kind of spike on this, okay? And so all of those traits that I was describing, those are traits that are found in these code types. So it means that score number two was high, and score number 6 was high. And so if we have those two scores were both high, then that's a 2-6 code type. And these code types...
What code type was Ms. Heard?
Ms. Heard had the clearest code type was 3-6, but then she also had some other code types that were less significant.
What characteristics are associated with a 3-6 code type?
So a 3-6 code type, a lot of that anger is expressed in this code type. There can be actually a lot of cruelty, usually with people who are less powerful. Actually, when you see this code type, you want to, if you can, to follow up with subordinates, co-workers, people who may have observed their behavior more closely. The 3-6 code type is very concerned with their image, very attention-seeking, very prone to externalizing blame to a point where it's unclear whether they can even admit to themselves that they do have responsibility in certain areas. A lot of suppressed and denied anger, but the anger is very present, will explode out, and a lot of issues in their close relationships.
How does Ms. Heard's code type fit in with your overall opinion as to personality disorders?
Well, this might be an appropriate time to describe a little bit about these personality disorders, because I think what you'll hear is that there's a lot of consistency there. So borderline personality disorder is a disorder of stability. It's instability, and it's instability in personal relationships, it's instability in their emotions, it's instability in their behavior, and it's instability in their sense of self and their identity. And that instability is really driven by this underlying terror of abandonment. So one of the key features also of this disorder, and all of it is like pistons of an engine kind of firing off and igniting one another. But when somebody is afraid of being abandoned by their partner or by anybody else in their environment, and they have this disorder, they'll make desperate attempts to prevent that from happening. And those desperate attempts could be physical aggression, it could be threatening, it could be harming themselves. But these are behaviors that are usually very extreme and very concerning to the people around them. The anger is typically sadly, it's counteractive, right? So the thing these people fear most is being abandoned, but over time, the anger, the explosive anger that they show when somebody is needing space, or when somebody's really not doing anything wrong, because a lot of times they read into things that they perceive as being a slight to them or being somebody intending to harm them that actually isn't happening. They'll exaggerate it, and they'll explode. They'll react in this heightened manner that is just exhausting for their partners. Oftentimes, their partners will try to make them happy at first and really allow themselves to be a punching bag, thinking that they can somehow solve this problem, that somehow they can make this better. And eventually, it just overwhelms them. Histrionic personality disorder is very
Before
similar.
we move on to that,
Okay.
are you familiar with the term emotional reactivity?
I am.
What is that?
So emotional reactivity is very common in the diagnosis. So essentially, like I said, there's instability in emotions. People with borderline personality disorder are often misdiagnosed as having bipolar disorder because they can be up and down. They can look very depressed, and they can look very elated, but these changes are happening within a matter of hours. Somebody with bipolar disorder, this is a clinical depression lasting days, weeks, a clinical mania where sometimes they even need to be hospitalized because they're so grandiose. They clear out their bank account and go to Vegas and spend it all. They're acting in some very bizarre ways. With borderline personality disorder, you're having these fluctuating moods constantly. And again, this hypersensitivity to being slighted or feeling offended, really driven by the fear that if you're offended or slighted, if the therapist comes in 2 minutes late, or if somebody shows up to dinner 2 minutes late, that they might be abandoning you. And it's not as if the borderline is considering themselves abandoned in that moment, but they just know that they have this overwhelming emotion, and there are no attempts to control that emotion. There are no attempts to regulate it. So if they're in the middle of the restaurant and they feel offended, they're going to start the fight. People are going to see it, or they might just start crying or break down, but they'll make a lot of accusations. And that reactivity is when you're going to see a lot of this escalation in the bizarre behavior. They can react violently. They can react aggressively. They will often physically prevent their partner from trying to leave if their partner wants to get space from all of this intense emotion. And oftentimes they will be abusive to their partners in these situations. Sometimes they'll physically restrain them from leaving and become injured that way, but also people with borderline personality disorder, it seems to be a predictive factor for women who implement violence against their partner. And one of the most common tactics that they'll use is actually physically assaulting and then getting harmed themselves. But mostly, we call this administrative violence. So essentially, this is saying that they'll make threats using the legal system. So they might say that they are going to file a restraining order or claim abuse, or they might do these things to essentially try to keep their partner from leaving. In the moment, again, they're not consciously thinking, I'm going to keep my partner from leaving right now. They're just thinking, I can't stand this. I hate my partner. They went from idealizing to suddenly devaluing because of the hurt, and they'll do anything to express that big emotion of anger.
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right, yes, sir.
So, what do you think? K Clown, what's up? Yeah, I watched Trisha Paytas. I used to watch that show. What's it called? When she was on with that other Ethan. I like that. That was interesting. But I mean, I have watched her channel. I haven't in a long time, but I watched that show, and then on and off when I'll hear like some kind of news or whatever that's going on. What was that show called? It was actually pretty good, but man, remember she used to like they get in a fight every freaking other day. She would quit. Frenemies. That's what it was called.
Okay. You indicated you were talking about emotional reactivity. What, if any, emotional reactivity did you observe in your review? And let's do this one at a time.
Okay. So there were a couple indications to me. First, I can sort of think about it with the treatment records. So particularly Dr. Cohen-Connell's, am I getting the name right? I feel like for some reason in my mind I might have just reversed it. But Dr. Cohen's records, I did reverse it. He actually refers to this reactivity quite a bit and to Ms. Heard's temper. And that temper, it's often branded, or being hot-headed, is really characteristic of borderline personality disorder, as is their very charming, personable nature. This is a disorder of contradictions. In Nurse Filati's notes, I thought there was something interesting. She references a night when they're out to dinner, I believe in London, and she provided positive reinforcement to Ms. Heard because Ms. Heard had been disappointed by a mistake made by the server, and it sort of references how previously she might have criticized the server or become upset by that, and that she didn't this time, and so that had been some sort of a step forward. And there was also an indication actually in Dr. Hughes's, Dr. Hughes is a forensic psychologist who had been appointed by Ms. Heard to conduct as an evaluation as well. In Ms. Hughes's interview of Ms. Heard disclosed that she had cut her arm in the past, which is a typical reactive type thing somebody with this diagnosis can do. It's one of the symptoms. And that's sort of all I can think of top of my mind from the treatment records. Moving into some of the declarations or deposition testimony, what struck me was Ms. Raquel Pennington's testimony. She's a former friend of Ms. Heard's, and
I have a question. Do you think that lawyer just asked her about, because she just talked about when she cut her arm? Do you think that a lawyer just asked her, "Oh, what did you tell her about cutting your arm or something?" And she went to go explain it, and she said, "Hold on," she was writing it down. Do you think that's what's going on right there? Because that's what the doctor just said when her lawyer leaned over and asked her something, and now she's writing it down. She remembered she was going to go explain it, and she decided to write it down. So do you think that's what's going on? If they're paying attention to that, that's what I kind of think in my head. That's what I was picturing going on, because her saying, "Wait, what? You cut your arm?" And then she's like, "Oh, hold on," and then writing it down. It could be something totally different, but it coincided with the lawyer or with the psychologist saying that. Okay.
she told a story about, I suppose they were shopping for Thanksgiving accoutrements, something to prepare for Thanksgiving, and Ms. Heard struck her in the face, sort of out of the blue, which is, I thought was interesting, because that is one of those signs of borderline personality disorder where if a friend or a loved one isn't meeting your needs in that moment, people with borderline personality disorder can be very caring in their relationships as long as their needs are being met. They feel that their needs should be met when they want them met at a specific level, and if they're not, then that anger, that sense of harm causes them to react. So the striking Ms. Pennington, per Ms. Pennington's report in the declaration or the testimony, I thought was pretty consistent. And then Ms. Heard's own self-descriptions.
Okay, we're going to...
Well, no, Crocheting, I'm talking about the lawyer asked her something, and Amber, right after the psychologist said she cut her arm once, the lawyer leaned over and asked Amber something. Amber leaned over to answer, and she said, "Oh, hold on." So she wrote it down. So she is writing an answer. Whatever the lawyer asked her, she's writing down. So it's, yeah, she's manic or whatever, but she's answering that question that the lawyer asked her, because she said, "Oh, hold on," and she's writing down. So I was just trying to figure out what did the lawyer ask her, and then what did she, and it was at the exact time as the lawyer, or as the psychologist said about her cutting her arm. But anyway, I wanted to stop it anyway, because she says that she hit that woman at the party. How does the psychologist know that? Amber told her that? Does anybody know? Or was that something that was like on the news? Because you wouldn't think that Amber would have said that to her, at least wouldn't have said that to her like that she just socked her for no reason or whatever. How does she word it? Like she just hit her for no reason. Amber wouldn't have said that, right? I mean, she would have blamed that other person for something. So I'm confused how that became known. Does anybody know the story behind that? Hey, Island girl. Oh, okay. Hey, Kitty. No, I know, but it can't be if this the psychologist is saying it like it's a fact. She's not gonna just go by hearsay. So it's like, how does she know? And I know like there was that thing about how she hit her sister because there was those marks, and there's that video where they're trying to get her sister to say, the friend is just trying to ask, did Amber do that when they fought? But I'm not saying that, yeah, I know that's not surprising. She's violent, she's abusive. Of course she did. I'm sure she's done that her whole life. She's probably hit her friends and sister and family and stuff. And significant others. But I'm just wondering how the psychologist knew that, like almost as a fact, is saying it. If Amber confided in her and told her, and if she did, Amber would have probably used an excuse. Well, it wouldn't have been like, oh, for no reason. Yeah, the psychologist could have figured out maybe, oh, that, but what did Amber tell her? I don't know. I'm probably reading way too much into it, but I want to know. It's like, I always want to know everything. So I want to know how that conversation took place. What did Amber tell her about that? I'd love to see her notes. The doctor's notes from Amber's notes right now.
I'm going to ask you a question about,
Sure.
You indicated Miss Pennington was a former friend of,
Yes.
of Miss Heard. Is there a relationship between borderline personality disorder and intimate relationships?
Thank you. I must have missed that. Thank you. That makes sense. So I'm like, what? This doesn't make sense. Amber would never have just said that. Especially the thing is about bragging. Yeah, maybe on a personal level she'd be bragging, but I don't think she would when this is a court. She's talking to a psychologist. She wants to try to make her think she has PTSD and nothing else is wrong with her. So I don't think she would be bragging to somebody like this. So yeah, that makes way more sense, Sunshine. Okay. I just missed that part. Okay. Thanks. Because that would have been bugging me. Like, this doesn't make sense. How does she know that? All right.
Yes, so the instability definitely translates to their relationships. You'll see relationships start very intensely. People will, somebody with borderline personality disorder perceives the relationship as extremely close. This pattern of idealizing and devaluing is definitely at play. They do this with their lovers and also with their friends. And so this might be the perfect person, their perfect soulmate friend, perfect soulmate partner, and their engagement in the relationship is very alluring, very charming to the other person. And so initially everything seems great. But what occurs is that reality sets in. People are not perfect, even when we have a lot in common with them. Whereas most of us can accept somebody as a whole, somebody who has a little bit of flaws, and still think this is my great friend who always constantly running late for dinner. The person with borderline personality disorder, things are in these extremes, this black and white, we call it splitting. And so that person goes from being idealized, the perfect person, to dumpster. They are totally devalued. They are the worst friend. They don't care anything about me. I have better people around. And then there will be a repair because the person with this disorder does feel remorseful after they have these reactions, angry, tell their friend off. But over time, it wears away at these relationships. And so what you'll usually see is many, many transitions in their friendships over the years, people who have sort of fallen by the wayside, who were really very close-knit at one time, but there's not a lot of consistency in the long term. You'll also see that with their intimate relationships, many, many relationships, but none that are particularly long-term.
How does borderline personality disorder relate to identity issues?
So again, that instability also travels toward identity. And when I was describing personality earlier, I was talking a little bit about those traits we have that help us know who we are. When you have borderline personality disorder, that actually is not something you understand. So people with this disorder actually take on the identity of the people they're spending time with because it's comforting. It's very uncomfortable to not know who you are. Some people with this disorder will describe a feeling of emptiness when they feel like they've been abandoned because now they don't know who they are in the world. And so when somebody with this disorder is going through that initial enmeshment phase with new people and they're idealizing them, they often will take on the identities of those people. So they may mimic them in a lot of ways. They might mimic the way they dress, their interests, the way they talk. And for this reason, the people around somebody with this disorder kind of from the outside may feel like, wait, I thought you were this way, now you're advocating for this, and this is your new main interest in life, or the thing you're throwing yourself into all completely. Music tastes might change, hobbies will change, the way they dress.
Okay. In addition to borderline personality disorder, I understand that you diagnosed another personality disorder. What's that?
So histrionic personality disorder, and these are really two sides of the same coin. They belong to the same cluster. We call these clusters. It's a way to organize personality disorders in that DSM. And this cluster is described as the personality disorders that are dramatic, erratic, and emotional. Okay, so unpredictable, but really having to do with emotions and relationships. They're very similar. Whereas I was saying that borderline personality disorder, a lot of the key features that you're going to notice are instability. When it comes to histrionic, a lot of the key features are going to be drama and shallowness. Similarly, with borderline personality disorder, there's this underlying drive of avoiding abandonment. With histrionic personality disorder, that underlying drive is to always be the center of attention. Because if you don't have that attention on you, it feels similarly to borderline personality disorder. You feel pretty empty, like you don't have that sense of being or of value, okay? So whereas borderline personality disorder might have more of the visible reactivity if somebody seems to be leaving, with histrionic personality disorder, what you're going to see is extreme discomfort with not being the center of attention, extreme efforts to be the center of attention. And when they feel that they're not the center of attention, you will see some strange things, making up stories to try to get attention, often taking on a victim or princess role. Those two roles in particular are pretty consistent. Seeking caretaking. Borderline personality disorder is similar because with borderline personality disorder, these shifts of identity and the splitting, you might see somebody go from being, in the DSM, it describes it as a needy supplicant of help, seeking the perfect caretaker, to suddenly being the avenger against injustice or thinking that their partner is a terrible person. With histrionic, what you'll see is somebody who wants to be the center of attention, has sort of that impressionistic speech, very flowery, very enthusiastic, but nothing's really being said. The moment your attention wears away, because they're so demanding for attention, that's when they might take the victim role or the princess role and even make up stories. Sometimes those stories are to bolster the victim role. Sometimes those stories are just to make them look more interesting or accomplished in their mind so that they can get respect and attention that way.
Is there a relation between histrionic personality disorder and attractiveness?
There is, strangely, and this is always one of the trickiest things to talk about because how is that a symptom? But characteristically, people with this disorder are very, very interested in looks, but more importantly, they utilize their looks to get that attention, to get that respect that they're seeking. And so this type of a personality might be flirtatious with everybody. Characteristically, they actually couldn't even be subtly, and when I say flirtatious, I'm not talking overtly sexy, but kind of inappropriately flattering. Sometimes they act in a kind of a girlish way to be cute and to engender attention. And this will even occur in their therapy relationships as a way to sort of avoid getting negative feedback or criticism. Oftentimes they'll bring the therapist gifts or be distracting if they engage in therapy because they just don't want any criticism. They want the therapist to like them.
Does the intelligence of the affected person bear on the manner in which these disorders present?
Excuse me, I choked a little bit water. Yes, and I think one way to think about it that's probably a little more accurate than just intelligence is, in psychology, we would describe this more as sophistication. So street smart, so to speak. The way, for instance, I've had many clients who have borderline personality disorder who are messy and really clearly suffering, and they might be difficult and all over the place and yell at you in the middle of a session, but it's so, it's not tailored. It's so much easier to work with because of that just openness and rawness of it, genuineness. Sometimes you'll have a more sophisticated presentation. There are 9 symptoms and only 5 have to be met. So there are a lot of different combinations and different ways it can present. And sometimes you'll have more of a petulant version of this where it really shows when you push the button and you're kind of, whoa, what was that? So somebody who's really productive, high functioning, successful, and you get to know them and you think they're fantastic because they're so interested in you too. And you might not realize it, but they're mimicking you perfectly. So you're really just kind of falling in love with this new friend who is being you. But then all of a sudden, you say something that they think is offensive, and you can't, even in your wildest thoughts, understand how that could have offended somebody, but their reaction is so strong that you kind of buy into it. Gosh, maybe I did say something offensive, and you feel bad about it. So that sophisticated version, they can be a little bit more calculated in the way they present. They tend to kind of hit you where it hurts a little bit more, and they can be actually very, very destructive.
What conclusions were you able to draw about Ms. Heard's sophistication from her testing?
Well, from her testing and from her presentation, she was very likable, but her testing in particular showed that she approached it in a manner that, remember I told you about those scales that are pretty neat. She approached it in a manner that very clearly minimized any psychological dysfunction, not just that, but really presented herself as free of any problems. And she did so in a way that was very, very sophisticated, not obvious, by responding to questions that most people might not notice were trying to detect that.
How did you determine that?
So that's based on a particular scale on the MMPI-2 that is designed specifically to detect a type of responding that's a little bit more clever, a little bit more sophisticated, minimizing problems in a way that most lay people probably wouldn't understand, and even providers, very difficult to detect.
You mentioned that one of the characteristics of borderline personality disorder is emotional reactivity. How might that present in an intimate relationship?
So I think it probably presents mostly, or you'd see the bulk of it in intimate relationships because of that regular interaction and the desire for your partner to meet all of your needs, to be the perfect caretaker. Also that the hallmark of the disorder with the splitting, so idealizing, devaluing, and the perceiving of all sorts of neutral events as somehow demeaning or disrespectful.
Yes, thank you, Karen. That's what you just got here. Hi. That's what we were saying at the beginning. Because I hadn't watched this part. I watched like the first 11 minutes or the 11 minutes that we watched together. And I'm like, oh my God, she will not make eye contact. So yeah, she's definitely taking notes to avoid eye contact. And yeah, so she's still doing it a lot of the times. She does look up a little bit, but not. If you watch her other parts where other witnesses up, I mean, she's like most of the time looking up, looking at him. But this one, whew, she is mad. And when she looks up, she is mad, man. I'd be scared if I was that doctor. Man, I would not want to be alone in the room with her if I was that doctor. But what else I was gonna say? I stopped it for let me see what I started. Oh yeah, Hillberry Billberry, thank you. Yes, I didn't notice. I was looking, I think I was looking at the doctor and deep thought or something. So thanks. So she turned the page one time so far. So wait, how long have we watched so far? So she's been on about almost 40 minutes. She's been basically writing mostly the whole time. So wow, yeah, because if I really was writing constantly, I think it would probably only take me like 10 minutes to fill up a page, right? But then she filled out a couple um post-it notes. So yeah, I guess that probably makes sense. And now she's on her second page. Okay, let's see if she turns it again. Gosh, I would love to see what she's writing. Okay, what else do we got? Yes, that's a good point, Mrs. Kurt Cobain. You're probably right. Because where's the baby now? I mean, well, I know she has to come to court, but yeah, she probably has a nanny that watches her most of the time. Which, like you said, is probably a good thing that it's not her. I mean, I hate to say it. Hopefully, it's a good nanny. Um, and yeah, I haven't watched that one. That's one that I haven't watched yet. So I'll have to catch up. Okay, now I'm caught up with my starred comments. Sorry, I'm just seeing what the Oh, really? I just watched The Rum Diary. Okay, so that night, I after that live, I watched Dark Shadows. Love it. And then the next day, I watched The Rum Diary. I actually liked The Rum Diary because I was a huge Fear and Loathing fan, and that's like a prequel to the Fear and Loathing, right? Isn't it kind of like supposed to be them before, if I remember? I mean, that's how I took it. So I kind of like it because I don't know, I liked it, but I could see how it wouldn't be for everybody. But and then I still want to watch what the Ninth Gate Gale is called. Let me write a note. I want to watch that. Um, but yeah, Dark Shadows has like a really good like soundtrack. I forgot how good the music was in it, and just the acting's really good. Okay, so hey, Unsolved Crimes Uncovered. Just catch up on chat here. Yeah, Sally W. Yeah. Sherry Papini. I get more Sherry Papini, like almost like kind of like the way she looks in a way. Um, I just want to see the chat. Okay, I'll start it and then. Oh, you did? Wait, was that the first time you've seen it, Island Girl? Every time, it never disappoints me. Every time I watch it, I'm like, oh, now I know why I love. Like, yep, it reminds me why I love that movie. It's probably not for everybody. It's about it's like a vampire. It's based on like an old series, I guess. There used to be an old TV show called Dark Shadows. I never watched like the old show, so it's based on that from that. But it's like about vampires, and there's a werewolf. Well, I don't want to ruin it for those of you that haven't seen it, but check it out. It's really good. Yeah, nice, Island. I'm glad you liked it. like recommending a movie and then somebody likes it. Oh, it's Jules. Hey, Jules, what's up? She has some strange manners. Maybe she was on meds. Oh wait, who are you talking about? Who you talking about? Oh, I just watched that, the deposition, because I was watching the I have that where I was gonna play that like the first live. I have her deposition and his. I have them in my files because I was gonna play it and then I don't know, I changed my mind. But we could always watch that sometime. But I was watching the behavior panel that did that. Okay, so is she really gonna take the stand tomorrow or Friday, guys? Yeah, that deposition of her, like it made me hate her so much. Like she was like, oh, not likable one single bit in that deposition. Yeah, she's just very weird. Yeah, maybe I will after we watch the cross exam. And I have his too. So you know what I should do? I should do like a video where I put side by side, or at least compare it, just to see side by side his deposition, and then when he explains that thing on the stand here, and kind of just see the similarities and see if it's, I don't know, just it might be kind of telling. And then when she gets on stand, compare. See, I'm sure we'll find a lot of differences with hers. Well, I don't know if she's prepared and stuff, but all right, let me continue this. Okay.
It's regular escalations of anger, frustrated complaints, criticisms of your partner. But because the person with borderline personality disorder, first of all, they're more sensitive to things. They feel distress more strongly, and then that distress lasts longer. So these types of blow-ups go on forever, and they're very cyclic. It feels like you just can't get a resolution, and eventually the partner will try to leave, will want to leave to take a break. It wears them down, and that's when the borderline might explode and act very aggressively or violently to try to prevent them from leaving.
In addition to diagnosing Ms. Heard with these two personality disorders, did you form another opinion about Ms. Heard's mental status?
Yes, so go ahead.
If the answer to that is yes, I'm going to now ask you,
okay,
what
yes,
was that?
I did.
Okay, what is it?
So in addition to looking for Ms. Heard's general mental status, any psychological issues that were present, I very specifically was assessing to determine whether post-traumatic stress disorder was present, and it was not.
How do you know that?
So first of all, from multiple information sources, right? So I was integrating the interview, my review of the data, the case records, other people's testimony, her treatment records. And then I also conducted, in addition to the MMPI-2 and looking at that data, I also conducted the clinician-administered PTSD scale, the CAPS-5, which is the gold standard PTSD assessment developed by the National Center for PTSD, shown to be valid, accurate for use not just with service members, but also with civilians, men, women, all genders, and also all ethnicities, and then also specifically for use in a courtroom setting.
How do you conduct the CAPS-5?
So the CAPS-5 is a standard interview. What that means is that it's an interview with very clear questions that are scripted, and you ask those same questions every time you test a person. So because you're doing that, you're actually taking something that would typically be kind of subjective, an interview with somebody, and you're making it more objective. When you ask those same questions in the same way every time somebody's assessed with this, now you can apply a scoring protocol and actually score their responses.
Okay. As a result of applying those protocols, what did you conclude?
Ms. Heard did not have PTSD. And there were also pretty significant indications that she was grossly exaggerating symptoms of PTSD when asked about them.
How did you make that latter conclusion?
So one of the strengths of this test, as I mentioned, the important thing about any test used when you're doing an evaluation in forensics is to make sure that the person is responding accurately. And this test does that by not just asking people whether they have a symptom, but asking follow-up questions that draw out very detailed accounts of every single symptom of PTSD. And when you're really familiar with this disorder, which you need to be to administer this test, there are nuances in the way a person will describe their symptoms that have been shown repeatedly to indicate exaggeration or faking. There are also indications when somebody is clearly giving you a genuine response.
Okay. What, if any, symptoms of PTSD did you observe in Ms. Heard?
So there are 20 kind of core symptoms that somebody can manifest with PTSD. You don't have to have all of them. Ms. Heard initially said that she had, in the first question, you say, do you ever have this, before you get to the more nuanced follow-up questions. When I asked that first question on each item, she initially said, yes, I have that, to 19 of the 20 symptoms. That's not typical even of somebody with the most disabling form of PTSD. When we eventually sort of dialed it down, she had 3 remaining symptoms. And having symptoms of any disorder is common for all of us. Some of us struggle with sleep. Some of us get anxious. It could be several different disorders. It could just be that you have this struggle in your life. But she had 3 specific symptoms that I scored as present. Off the top of my head, I might miss one, but one was sleep disturbance. So she reported that she has frequent nightmares. Another one was that she said that she tends to have a startle response. So if she gets startled or surprised, she tends to stay in sort of a hyper startle mode for quite a while. And that's consistent with a couple of things. It can be consistent with PTSD if other criteria are met. It's also consistent with childhood complex trauma, which is something that can occur when your brain is forming. If you constantly feel unsafe, if your parents are abusive, or if they're not present, if you're neglected, you can develop certain physiological responses that can stay for a long time in your life. So I noted that seemed like a very genuine, accurate account where she stays in the state of kind of hyper arousal, has a hard time calming down if she gets surprised.
You mentioned nightmares as well.
Yes.
Did she recount for you the nature of the nightmares?
So they were vague. She indicated that she has recurrent nightmares and that she feels as though she's being held down. There was some conflict in that account because even though that could be a PTSD symptom, it is fairly vague, but I still scored it as present. And in her initial treatment with with Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, which I believe started before she began dating Mr. Depp, she had indicated to Dr. Jacobs, according to Dr. Jacobs's notes, that she was having repetitive nightmares back then and that they were related to her childhood trauma. And so that came up several times in the notes. Dr. Jacobs kept mentioning that.
Thank you. What is feigning?
Feigning is essentially faking or exaggerating symptoms that aren't present.
Does the CAPS-5 control for that?
It doesn't necessarily control for it. It can expose it by drawing out.
How does that work?
Because you're not just simply handing the person a checklist that says, here are all the symptoms of PTSD. Why don't just check off the ones you have, which clearly if you're trying to look like you have PTSD, you would just check them all. The CAPS-5, because it requires them to describe in detail how they experience the symptom, where it shows up, what it looks like, what sort of examples they can give you, how many times it's happened in the last couple of weeks, how many times it's happened in the last month. by the end of each symptom, you've gotten a very good picture of a couple things. One, does it meet the definition of the symptom? Are they getting it right? Is this actually the symptom, or are they kind of confusing this with something else? Number two, are they giving you very vague accounts? Are they giving you kind of a stereotyped idea of what the symptom is based on media or movies or something that actually is completely different from genuine experiences of this symptom? Or are they giving you a very genuine, heartfelt, sometimes minimizing, but it's ticking all the boxes? Their mannerisms while they're describing it, the actual very specific, very nuanced, symbolic ways they're describing it. A lot of times it smells, it sounds, that all appears in genuine accounts, and it's something that people really get wrong when they're feigning.
All right. In addition to your conclusion that Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, did you make a conclusion with respect to her symptoms?
Yes, actually I did. So, just because somebody doesn't have PTSD doesn't mean that they weren't harmed psychologically by whatever is being alleged. In this case, Ms. Heard is alleging that she was psychologically harmed and that she suffered PTSD because of abuse that she alleges occurred by Mr. Depp. So the MMPI too is helpful because it shows you kind of everything, any other symptoms. And then in Ms. Heard's own self-report and her prior treatment records, I knew that she had reported to me that she had had some other symptoms. So now what becomes really important is determining, and let me clarify one thing here, not so much a diagnosis, but did she start to experience symptoms during the relationship and after? Did they worsen after? Or could these types of symptoms or reports be explained by other factors? A, by feigning, B, by pre-existing conditions, or C, by other stressful life events that might have occurred. So the main symptoms that I was looking at didn't meet criteria for PTSD, right? There was also substantial evidence of this sort of emotional dysregulation, emotional disorganization, the shallowness, the dramatic affect. Now, when you have a lot of childhood trauma, you can actually have some similar type presentation in adulthood. There are some differences though, but also that's not something that would have occurred after this relationship. So now I was looking at, are there indications that these types of things that she's described, this transient anxiety, the issues with sleep, were these there prior? And sure enough, Ms. Heard, in her own self-report, stated to me that when she first got to LA, she was seeking treatment for, in her words, blanket anxiety and depression. She also reported that she was taking medications. In general, none of them were helpful. That's actually very typical of borderline personality disorder. Medications typically aren't very helpful for somebody with the disorder. They really need an intensive, lifelong type of therapy, which is not necessarily as relevant to this. But interestingly also, people with borderline personality disorder often respond really positively to stimulant medications that are given for ADD or ADHD. And in one of Nurse Filati's notes, she reported that Ms. Heard told her that none of the medications were working for her except for one Provigil, which is often prescribed as a stimulant medication. And I just thought that was interesting and sort of consistent with more of these lifelong personality disorders that aren't necessarily caused by a harm by any allegations, but have been there and will remain there typically. The other issue, so the anxiety, she had already indicated that had been there prior, but the form of the anxiety. So looking at Dr. Hughes's testing and then also looking at the scores on the MMPI, when you look at all these little combinations of the scores, you can actually learn a lot about, is the anxiety related to an event, or is this more a person who tends to be an anxious person regardless of what's going on in their life? And somebody might describe them as a worrywart. And the scores, the little combination of scores that she obtained actually indicated that it was the latter, that her anxiety tends to be separate from events and more just kind of a constant, and it comes and goes, but it's more of a trait.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Maybe why don't we go ahead and, Ms. Bray, go ahead and have our lunch break. It might be a good idea to break it up there. Okay, I know. I can see you jumping up. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and
Okay, so we can either watch it on this. This has the cross exam, or I could do my edited version where I cut off like any of like the objections or the downtime, or when they, had the sidebar or whatever where they're talking to the judge, or even times where there's some quiet periods. It's up to you. What do you think? Or would you rather see the full one? It doesn't cut any of the talking. Like, I mean, we see all the talking, but just any of the parts where it's just like dead time. So maybe we'll do that one, you think? And Madeline, maybe because you were a fan of the show, because some people, like, for instance, when they read the book or they, they watch an old show because the expectation's higher and they want it to be like the show. You know what I'm saying? And so you guys, you're probably more critical of the movie. I've never seen the original show, so I just appreciate the movie for the movie. But maybe because of that, you had certain expectations from watching the series that it just didn't meet them because things were different, or you know what I'm saying? So that makes sense. Probably people that watched the show maybe didn't like it. Okay, so all right. Oh, dang it. I love that name. Oh, dang it. What is your picture? Oh, a tape. Oh, dang it. Yeah, Lim. All right. So let's see. Oh, hey, Bridget. How are you? Mimic her hairstyle. All right. Are you really? Safi. Okay. Wait, when you guys are talking about the deposition, now I'm thinking that's the one where she's eating, right? That's what I keep thinking of, because the behavior panel did that like about a year ago where they did a video on that. Is that what you mean by the deposition, or is there another video of her that I've never seen? You're talking about the one she's eating and she's just so freaking rude, and um she looks a lot younger. I'm trying to think, what year was that? Is that it, guys? Let me know real quick, because if not, then there's a video out there I've never seen of her. If there's another one. Um I don't know. Why would he though? I know he was in the movies with her, but like why what would he be able to offer? I mean, I kind of understand why maybe James Franco and Elon, because Johnny wanted, first of all, maybe it would show kind of how she was, plus it would confirm that she was cheating on him, so Johnny's jealousy wasn't some like kind of not psychotic, what's the word? Like this what is the word I'm thinking of? Where it's like he's just jealous, but there's no reason for him to be jealous. So it makes him look a little bit more like irrational, and just so to prove like no, there was a reason. So but why Jason? I don't get that one. I mean, wouldn't you think like James Franco would be before him? Like I said, I know he's in Aquaman with her and stuff, but trying to think what he could bring. Okay, so hey, crime soap opera. You guys ready for the cross exam? This is the good part, guys. I'm just waiting to do the edit. Okay, I was waiting to see what you guys wanted to do. Yeah, let's do the edit. It's not that big of a difference, just a few, chopped up, cut up parts. I love it. But not the edit. Okay, so not the one I edited like a 7-minute one. I'm uploading later. That's not what I'm playing. I'm just talking about I kind of edited the whole thing of the cross exam just to cut out the downtime. But I keep I'm excited to see if you guys like the one where it's like 7 minutes of her basically telling her lawyers, Amber's lawyers, that she's wrong. They're not testifying. Okay. I know they were on the witness list, right? But it wasn't for sure if they were going to testify. But why is Jason though? I would think they would be able to offer more than Jason. Or is that just a rumor or something? No, but I thought James and Elon were going to be they were on the witness list for Johnny's side. That's what I feel like some of the news that I was watching or some of the clips I was watching were saying that it would have been Johnny, the defense wanted them as witnesses. So that's what I'm saying. So they would be called before that Jason, I would think, but I guess we'll see. Oh, okay. They weren't able to. Okay. But Jason was able to. Hey, Wendy. How are you? All right. Yeah, you're right. Nobody would you? I probably wouldn't even want to. I mean, I understand probably why they don't want to. It makes sense, but oh, dude, when we do a discussion POV, you should come up because I want to do maybe one at the end or a debate or when I do the next open panel. Because I was trying to find because there's a lot of people in here that are on Johnny's side, but I was trying to find people that were actually on her side because it makes for a really good debate, So when we do an open panel, come back for sure because I'd love to hear some of your thoughts on it. Would you be open to come up on an open panel? Not tonight, but I maybe this week sometime. What do you think? Because I like to have a good mixture of how people feel because it just makes for a good discussion to have somebody else. Because I know there's a lot. I won't have trouble finding people that are on Johnny's side in this chat, so I feel like I'm gonna have more trouble in this chat for some reason. Not for some. I hope I'm wording this right. I don't mean this in a bad way. I'm just saying I want to find people so to make a good discussion. Hey, thanks, Aletta Robinson. What do you mean you'll be back for her? I mean, will you come back for an open panel or no? You could just do audio. You don't need to be on channel on the video. Just think about it and then keep an eye out for when my title says open panel because I would like to have a good mixture of people. All right, so oh. Well, no, because you can't just assume that if people are on one side that they're trolls. That's not. No, there's people that are going to be on both sides. So yeah, mods, heads up. Just if there's anybody, yeah, no, don't just assume people are trolls because they're on the opposite side of what you think. I should have. Hopefully, you guys know, as long as my mods know that. No, why? Just because I mean, you don't say that when people come in and say like justice for Johnny. Like everybody's allowed to have their own view. So no, you can't just assume that somebody's a troll because no, guys. See, that's what I'm trying. No, don't. Mods, please. As long as my mods know. And then just be respectful. Remember, guys, this chat's open. We're going to have people that are on her side. You're going to have people that are on Johnny's. It's okay. Everybody perceives things different. Everybody's allowed to have their own opinion. And just because somebody is on a different side doesn't mean they're a troll. I disagree. No, they weren't talking about you, Letta. No, they weren't. Oh, wait. You think they're no, because I have your up there. No, they weren't talking about you, Letta Robinson. Thank you for joining. I put you up because I wanted to thank you for joining. They were talking about POV because he's on. No, I shouldn't even have called you out. I'm sorry, POV, but because he said justice for Amber, just because a lot of people in here are on Johnny's side. So I just wanted to make sure the chat's respectful to POV because just because he or she is on the different side, it doesn't mean they're a troll. No, I'm sticking up for you, POV. That's what I'm saying. I'm glad that there's people from the other side. It makes for. I'm interested to see your thoughts, but I'm not doing open panel tonight. I'm not prepared, but just come back when you see open panel. I'm going to do it sometime this week. But yeah, Letta, thank you for joining. Let me take that down so you don't. I don't want you to think I don't want no, but thank you. That's so awesome for becoming a member. But yeah, so I just want all people to feel welcome, and if there are other people that are on Amber's side, like don't just mark them as trolls. Just because they're on Amber's side doesn't mean they're a troll, guys. Okay. So just try to remember that. And for when we do a open panel, it'll make for definitely a better discussion. I'm definitely interested on what I want to hear other sides. I definitely want to. I think it's that's how you learn. Okay, so all right, so let's continue. Oh, let me get my edited version up. All right. All right, cross exam. Here it is. Yeah, maybe you can, POV. So when we do it, we'll just be respectful. Now you have to be respectful too. So as long as you're respectful and chat, just be respectful and we'll be all right. All right. Wait. Hold on. Oh, is Team Animal here? Oh, there you are. Hey. Wait, what? Oh, really? Now this person could be turned out to be a troll. You never know, but I'm just saying, just because they come in and say justice for Amber, don't let that be your determining factor. And now this isn't directed at you, Humano. I'm just saying in general. Now, maybe these people will end up being in it. I don't know what to call you, POV, or she or he. That's why I'm saying it like that. But I'm just saying, just because of that statement, as far as justice for Amber, you can't just assume they're a troll for that. But if they say other things, let me know, and maybe don't POV. I'm sticking up for you, so like, don't make them be right, and you really are. I don't know. Did you really say that? What does it say? I don't understand. I'd let her bear beat me. Not gonna lie. What does that say? Bear beat. What does that mean, Humanimal? Bear beat. I don't know. No, we won't. We won't bully you. Just as long as you're respectful, like to our opinions, and we'll be respectful to yours, and it'll be good. I wouldn't mind having a couple people up on panel that are on Amber's side, and then having a couple of people on Johnny's side, and have like, or maybe even like, then maybe like one person's kind of neutral that doesn't know or something. That would be like a really good debate. But all right, so let's oh, what do you mean SMX looking sus on what side? Are you caught up on? I'm still not caught up on all of it. I still have a couple witnesses I have to go over, but trick, do it 2 times, double speed, especially with Johnny's because he talks really slow. So you could do, because on YouTube you could go to the settings and then you could do speed. You could change so do like 2 times, or you could do like 1, 1.5, 1.75, 2. With Johnny, you could turn it up to the most you could do on it and 2 times, and you could still follow it. Now with other people that talk a little faster, sometimes 2's a little bit too quick because I tried it on the other witnesses and I had to maybe do like 1.5. But with Johnny's, it was fine because he talks really slow. Wait, what do you mean you can't win with y'all? Huh? Let her treat me. No, it's all right. Like, let's just no, it's okay. Whatever on his channel, let's just give him a fresh, whatever. Let's just judge on what you say in here. I'm not gonna worry about whatever his channel. I'm just gonna judge you on, not judge you. I hate to use judge you. I'm just not gonna worry about like that. As long as you're respectful in the chat, and it's fine, POV. So let's just it's fine, okay? Oh, okay. Autocorrect made it beat. I meant tree. Okay. All right. So we're gonna watch what we're doing right now. POV is watching The Psychologist. I know it's from last week, but we didn't get a chance to watch it together. So, all right. So, yeah. Well, now you did. Do it up. Like you'll see some, maybe if they talk a little faster, maybe you'll do it 1.2. Can you do 1.2? There's like different options. So you'll be able to see which one works for each person. It helps because you could get a 7-hour day done in like 3.5 hours. What I usually do is I don't watch it right when it's on. Like if I am up before it starts, I'll like wait for it to start like an hour or 2, so then I could do something else and then I could put it on double speed and I don't catch up. How are you though, Humanimal? Good to see ya. Treat in the sentence doesn't even make sense. It's okay. Let's just drop it. Let's just fresh start, guys. Let's just go from here. We're all right. Let's just kind of move on. Okay. So, is Batman leaving? And I didn't mean that like directed at you, Leah. I'm just saying I just mean it'll be good for all of us just to kind of bye Zav or bye Batman. Why are you leaving? Blocked? Wait, what do you mean blocked? Huh? No, you're not blocked. You're right here. I could see you. Why do you think you're blocked? What? I promise you're not blocked or I wouldn't be able to see you. Yeah, you're not. Oh, no, you retracted a message. What do you mean you're blocked? Eh? No, you don't have to go. Of course, yeah. I mean, I might be burned again. I mean, you just never know. But you can't just judge people on. You know what I'm saying? I can't just because somebody has a different opinion. Like you can't just automatically assume they're a troll. Yeah, of course, I could be wrong, but I'm gonna always give somebody a chance, and not that to me that's not like, oh, that means you're a troll. That has nothing to do with anything. Where I want to be open to everybody having whatever opinion they want. Like in all the cases, like we're not going to have the same opinion. I can't just, if somebody, like, let's say there's a case and there's people that all think like, oh, it's this person. And then there's a couple people or, maybe a small percentage of people that think it's somebody else. And they come in and they say, no, it's this person. And we're going to say, oh, they're a troll just because they have a different opinion. No, but of course they might end up being one, but it's too soon to tell. You know what I'm saying? And of course I'll be burned. I know, but that comes with the territory of being open and letting people just being open to everybody. And of course there's going to turn out to be people that, I think, oh, it's okay. And then, it's just going to happen. It's just going to come with the territory. But I mean, I don't want that to make me change and like be too harsh. So it's okay. I'm a big girl. You know what I'm saying? It's all right if it ends up happening. It'll be okay. Okay, so still, hey Becky. Yeah, Joanne, we can move on. It's just sometimes we have to take, this is a live stream. I have to take care of stuff in chat. Sorry. Batman's a regular, so I just want to, you know, take care of my people. So thanks, Ray. Thank you. All right, so, oh, thanks, POV. Okay, so let's continue. This is good, you guys. The cross exam. Oh my gosh, it's entertaining, I should say. All right, let me make sure I did the right. Yeah. Okay.
Dr. Curry, you're not board certified, correct?
No, I'm not.
Not in clinical psychology or in forensic psychology, correct?
No, I'm a licensed clinical psychologist.
But you're not board certified.
No,
Okay. And you also have only been practicing approximately 8 years, is that correct?
that's not correct.
How many years?
I've been licensed for 10 years,
Okay.
and I've been practicing for about 15 years.
Okay. And that includes what you went through with your different trials in Hawaii and everything else that you testified to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you went to Mr. Depp's home for dinner and drinks before you were hired as an expert in this case, correct?
That's not quite right. I was interviewed at Mr. Depp's home by his legal team. Dinner was served.
You, in attendance with Mr. Depp was Adam Waldman, correct?
Yes,
Ben Chu, correct?
yes,
Camille Vasquez?
yes,
Okay. And the dinner lasted approximately 3 to 4 hours, correct?
yes.
And it included
The interview.
drinks, correct?
But Humanimal, do you ever think maybe that's because everybody, they go in and, you know, try to chat with everybody, but nobody's open because everybody's, maybe all these people are on Johnny's side. So maybe they're always, or at least the lives that you've seen him in is probably on a Johnny favored channel. So did you ever think it could be because he comes in or she comes in? POV, are you a male or female? I don't know what to call you. I'm just going to call you he. I'm not sure. He comes in and he's automatically like treated like crap because he's on Amber's side. So he does come on hard and he's defensive because he's automatically like, oh, this is a troll. This is a troll. He's on Amber's side. So do you ever think it's a reaction and that's why? You know what I'm saying? And if somebody would just give him a chance and let him stay in there and have his opinions, that he wouldn't have to come off like that. Like he wouldn't have to do what he did or what he does. You know what I'm saying? Where he gets, or how do I word this? I hope I'm wording this right. Where they go off because, you know, he probably feels like he has to defend himself because everybody's coming at him because he's on Amber's side. You know what I'm saying? So it could just be that. Maybe nobody's gave him a chance to stand there and actually have a different opinion and talk. So I'm willing to give him a chance because I know there are people that are on Amber's side. It doesn't make them bad people, in my opinion. Everybody sees it different, you know? So, and I'm not trying to come at you at all, but I'm just saying, have you ever, I mean, could it be that? You never know.
Yes, dinner and I believe drinks were served.
Okay. And this was before you were hired as an expert, correct?
Yes, this was an interview so that they could make an informed decision as to whether or not to retain me.
And don't you think that's a little odd that you're getting interviewed by Mr. Depp to decide whether you're going to testify adversely against Amber Heard?
I was interviewed by the legal team.
Okay. And Mr. Depp was present. It was his home, correct?
Yes,
And he was serving dinner and drinks.
he was
Correct.
not serving dinner and drinks.
Well, it was at his house at his behest, correct?
Yes, it was at his house.
Okay. And you were contacted by Camille Vasquez, somebody you knew in the community, in February of 2020. Is that correct?
I knew of Ms. Vasquez professionally. We live in the same city and I work with many attorneys.
Okay. And at that time, you not only knew Johnny Depp, you'd seen a number of his TV and movie roles, and you believed he was a good actor, correct?
Not correct. I did not know Johnny Depp. I
Well,
had
you knew
seen
of
several of
him.
his movies.
You knew who he was?
Yes.
Right. And you believed he was a good actor?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And then you provided an expert designation in this case before ever seeing Amber or having an opportunity to review any documents or records. Isn't that correct?
I did not provide an expert designation. That's an attorney thing. My opinions are contained in my report.
Let's pull out Plaintiff's Exhibit 884, please. This was plaintiff's designation, identification of expert witnesses in this case. And this is dated February 2021. That's a year after you went to dinner at Mr. Depp's house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it attributes, if you go to page 13, it says you have 3 opinions. The first of those is that Amber Heard, quote, exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder. Did I get that right?
I'm reading that here. That is not my opinion.
Okay.
Well,
but
it's a current
attributed-
opinion, but this was not an opinion of mine then. I didn't have any opinions at that time.
It says Dr. Curry will testify, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And this is a signed pleading, correct? On behalf of Mr. Depp.
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
You don't understand what a signed pleading is?
No.
Okay. Do you understand that Mr. Depp's counsel prepared this and served it on Ms. Heard's counsel?
I'm not an attorney. I don't understand necessarily all of these procedures.
Okay. Are you aware that Mr. Depp is on an audio recording years earlier taunting Amber Heard that she has a borderline personality disorder?
I was made aware of that in this case, yes.
So you did is that
Actually,
one of the audio
not
tapes you
necessarily
listened to?
taunting, but I do recall hearing that Mr. Depp had used that phrase.
So it's a coincidence that you now think she has those attributes after the attorneys listed it in February 2021 before you'd looked at anything, and Mr. Depp had made that accusation to Ms. Heard years earlier.
My opinions aren't based on coincidence.
It's objection. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Dr. Yes. Compound, I'll sustain the objection.
All right. It's a coincidence then that you came up with symptoms of borderline personality disorder years later after Mr. Depp has been taunting Ms. Heard in an audio tape.
I
calling her-
can't speak to whether or not there's a coincidence. What I can tell you is my opinions are based on the results of my evaluation.
And it's a coincidence that Mr. Depp's counsel attributed that to you, that said that to you in February 2021 before you'd looked at anything, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, would you agree that a disproportionate number of women are tagged with a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder?
No, that's not quite right.
75%?
The way you phrased it is not quite right.
Tell me what's right.
Okay, so there are more women who have been diagnosed with bipolar disorder than men. It's more prevalent in women.
And trauma can cause borderline personality disorders, can't it?
No.
Never?
Right now, we know that there are people who have borderline personality disorder who have sustained childhood trauma. There are also people who have borderline personality disorder who have had no childhood trauma. So like most personality disorders, and really like most mental health issues in general, there seems to be both a biological component. In this case with borderline personality disorder, the research tends to support a genetic component and possibly a neurological component. And then there is also possibly an environmental component triggering those genetic markers.
Do you know the percentage of women who are victims of IPV, intimate partner violence, or domestic abuse who are diagnosed with borderline personality disorders?
I can't tell you the percentage off at the top of my head, but I do know that there is a larger, women with borderline personality disorder tend to have a higher prevalence of being involved in intimate partner violence relationships, being the receiver of violence, and being the perpetuators of violence.
Now, you've never been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has a bipolar disorder. Is that correct?
A bipolar disorder?
Yes.
That's not correct.
Okay.
And right there, she says bipolar instead of borderline. I know I shouldn't. How many times that in that last live I mixed it up? But I'm also not prepared, researched, and in court. Like, they should be prepared and make sure you don't mix those up. You know, I was just having like a crazy day where I couldn't. I kept saying bipolar instead of borderline, but I don't even know if she realizes because she said borderline or bipolar instead of borderline, and then she answers no, not bipolar. I don't know. It's funny. I point that out in my edited funny clip. Okay.
Recall having your deposition taken in this case
Yes,
on March 21, 2022?
I believe that was the date, yes.
And were you under oath at that time?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you to turn to.
Yeah, POV. I don't know. I don't. I know a lot of people will disagree, and even I guess a lot of lawyers are saying they think Johnny's winning, but I don't know why. I don't think he's gonna win either. I really don't. I'm not saying I don't think he should win, but for some reason, I guess I don't want to say until I see Amber on the stand. Then I feel like I'll get a better sense, even though I'm not a lawyer or anything, so I can't look at it like legally how it's going. But just after Johnny was done off the stand, I even ask everybody in the chat, like on the lives, I'm like, man, it's not looking good for Johnny. I don't think I don't think it went good. But then they said like they were watching like different lawyers talking about it, and I guess they think that he did do good and he is winning. I don't know. From somebody with no legal background, when I watch it, I'm doubting that he's gonna win. I don't know though. Well, no, she said. Oh wait, are you talking about she said bipolar because the lawyer said bipolar, or did she make a mistake after? The reason she answered no, if you're talking about the part where she says, "Are you an expert on bipolar?" is because the lawyer said bipolar. So that's why she's like, "No, and I'm not on bipolar." But I don't know if even she wouldn't be on borderline either. But I mean, she was saying no because it's not bipolar. I mean, we're not even talking about bipolar. But are you saying she actually made a mistake a different time, he animal? Yeah, I guess in public opinion and stuff. I don't know why though. Like, I feel like after I saw him on the stand, not that I think like that he was lying or anything, just the little lies that they caught him in from the deposition. But I'm saying I don't know why. Like overall, I felt like, wow, that didn't look good for him. Not that I don't want him to win, but you know what I'm saying? Well, you guys know how I feel. We did the lives after it, and you guys, let me know that the lawyers and everybody's saying no. Like a lot of people are saying that he's winning. So I don't know. Like I said, I do want him to win, but I'm really doubting that he will. Yeah, that's a good point. No one is winning, I guess. Do you mean like nobody really yeah, what do you mean by that? Like in the explain that first one. Okay, so that article, I know, and I'm so glad first one and that we read that because that article, but why couldn't he bring up like other parts where she defamed him, like, ruined his reputation from all the other stuff? I don't get that. Why does it have to only be about that? I know it does, but why did they make it like that? Couldn't they have made it about other things too, though? That's where I'm confused because that article, I show my mom too. I'm like, I don't understand that article. She could just be talking about like her past. Like it does not point to Johnny in that article, even though she has defamed him in other ways, like in other things, but not in that article. I feel like that's very not so clear, I feel like. So why didn't he pick other things? Why did it have to be that? Does anybody know? So wait, POV, are you a Amber Heard fan? Like, as far as before all this, were you like watching her movies? Are you like a fan of hers? I mean, do you like her movies or anything, or no? Okay, so I'm gonna continue. Well, I know she said bipolar because she's answering the question. That's what I'm saying. So if you're talking about when she answers no, it's it's Amber's lawyer that made a mistake. She's answering the question. The question was, are you an expert on bipolar? So she's like, no, I'm not I wouldn't be considered an expert on bipolar personality. So she didn't say nothing wrong by saying it because she's up on the stand. She's supposed to be answering what she's saying. And she knew that it was wrong. You could tell by the way she answers it that she knew that, well, yeah, no, I'm not bipolar. She knew she got, said the wrong thing, that the lawyer, but she's answering right because that's what the lawyer asked. So that was a mistake on Amber's lawyer, unless if you're talking about a different part. Anyway, okay. I'll have to go back. I don't know it. I'm not sure. Okay. Oh, you want me to replay? Dr. Curry said bipolar. Yeah, but she's responding to her, right? Let me see.
Intimate partner violence or domestic abuse, who are diagnosed with borderline personality disorders?
I can't tell you the percentage off of the top of my head, but I do know that there is a larger, women with borderline personality disorder tend to have a higher prevalence of being involved in intimate partner violence relationships, being the receiver of violence, and being the perpetuators of violence.
Now, you've never been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has a bipolar disorder. Is that correct?
A bipolar disorder?
Yes.
That's not correct.
Okay.
She's repeating because the lawyer did. She's asking bipolar. I mean, that's what you asked, a bipolar. And you could tell she realizes that it's not the disorder we're talking about, but that's what you're asking about. You know what I'm saying? It's like one of those, like, she knows. Like, a bipolar? No, not a bipolar. So I know that's the mistake in the lawyer, if you ask me. She caught that it was wrong, in my opinion. That's why she had that face. Okay.
Having your deposition taken in this case
Yes,
on March 21, 2022?
I believe that was the date, yes.
And were you under oath at that time?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you to turn to page 207. And the question was, have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time, will you please read to the jury?
I'm sorry, page 207?
207, line 5.
Wow, she's saying bipolar again. I didn't even catch it the second time. I mean, the lawyer just said it again. Why are they even talking about bipolar? She must have it. Well, they're talking about the deposition, so I wonder if they were just talking about. Let me see. She just said it wrong twice.
Okay, thank you. Now, when this designation was served in February of 2021, you had not rendered an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard.
Yeah, Molly, I'm not denying that it was about Johnny, but I'm just saying, to prove it's so like unclear, where I could see where she could argue, no, I was talking about in college, or when I was younger or whatever, because it's just not that like black and white necessarily. But I do think it was about him. You know what I'm saying? I just don't. My question is, why didn't he bring up other things? like, couldn't he have brought up she got the restraining order, the deposition? Or no, I guess the deposition would have been because of him. But there had to be other things where it was more like obvious that he could have used too, right? Why did it only have to be that? Is all I'm wondering. Does anybody know why? Because I feel like she's defamed him in more ways than just that.
Exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, correct?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part. What was that?
When this designation was served that you have in front of you as Plaintiff's Exhibit 884,
Oh, okay.
you had not rendered an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, correct?
No, I had not rendered any opinions. My opinions weren't finalized until after my evaluation.
Right. So when this came out, you had not rendered that opinion?
I had not rendered that opinion.
Okay. The second opinion that's listed in the February 2021 is that Ms. Heard repeatedly and characterologically perpetuated severe physical and psychological intimate partner violence, IPV, toward Mr. Depp over the course of their relationship. End of quote. Did I read that correctly?
It says perpetrated, but other than that, yes.
Okay. And so is it
Oh my
correct
God.
that this pleading says in February 2021 that you are going to testify to that?
This document, yes.
Okay?
It says that.
And you have never been asked to testify as to whether anyone has behaviorally or characterologically conducted conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator, correct? I have to ask that again because I
Yes.
stumbled. I
Okay,
can't
thank
do
you.
characterologically. That one's just a
Okay.
tough one for me. Okay. You have never been asked to testify as to whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may have been an IPV perpetrator, correct?
No, I've never been asked to testify for that.
Okay. And that was not your opinion in February 2021, correct?
No.
And in fact, you do not hold that opinion now, and you were not even asked to provide such an analysis or opinion. Isn't that correct?
No. Or that is correct,
That's
yes.
correct. Okay. And you have never held that opinion, correct?
No, that is correct, yes.
Okay. And your third opinion, if we can go to page 14, was that Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. Do you see that?
I see that. You said it's my third opinion. That is not my opinion.
All right. But in this pleading, it says that you will testify to that, correct?
Yes, that's what this says.
Okay. And that was not your opinion in February 2021, was it?
No, as I said, I had not formed any opinions at that time. I had just been retained.
And in fact, you have never arrived at this opinion as an expert witness in this case, correct?
In terms, no, the opinions that I've rendered are provided in my report.
And
They're what I'm testifying to today.
And you have never arrived at this opinion as an expert witness in this case, correct?
I'll sustain it.
You have never arrived at the opinion that Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, you've said that has never been my opinion, correct?
What I'm saying is that the opinions in here, these are not my opinions. My opinions are provided in my report.
Can you please turn to page 255 of your deposition? And if we could start on 254 to give the
I don't
context.
have that page, I'm sorry.
254, line 11.
Oh, okay.
And the question is now, the next one is, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. Was that your opinion in February 2021? And you answered at that time, no, correct?
That is correct.
And then I asked, have you ever arrived at that opinion in the time that you have served as an expert witness in this case? And your answer was, could you read that to the jury, please?
Yes. So no, it's not the task. I was cut off, or essentially what I said
But see, this is what I'm saying. I'm not denying it's about him. Obviously it is, but I'm just saying it was worded pretty smart the way they did it, because they do list like or past abuse. So, and like in college and stuff. But what I'm saying is, because it was so not specific and so vague, for them to prove that's like, for that, they would probably only have to show, if that's what the only thing it's about, wouldn't they only have to show if he maybe pushed her or hit her or did anything like abusive in a little degree, physical push or anything, like one time, because it wasn't anything specific? What I'm saying is, why couldn't they bring other stuff in? Like, why couldn't it have been about the more extreme stuff that she did? But somebody did answer. Oh, who did it? I'm sorry. I want to give you credit. Where is it? About, it has to be something written. So that's the only thing that she did written. So thanks. That's probably the answer right there. Katie. Okay. That's the answer I was looking for. Because there's other like accusations of like specific things that I wish he could use that as like a part of. If any of that is false, then, you know, it would be defamation, right? So I don't know. Maybe I'm not explaining it right, what I'm asking, because you guys are answering in a way where I must not be explaining it right. But anyway, all right. But Katie thinks that makes sense, though.
Then was, no,
Dr.
that's not
Curry,
the task of Dash. That was never my task to determine. Can I say what that means?
No, and then the question is, so is it fair to say that you have never arrived at an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. And what was your answer?
Well, there was an objection.
All right, I'll read it for you if you're having difficulty.
no,
Your answer was under oath, correct. That is not my opinion. That has never been my opinion. Isn't that what
Correct.
you said under
Yes.
oath on March 21st? Okay. And then I wrote, then I'm going to ask you, do you know who wrote this portion of the designation suggesting that these were your opinions in February of 2021? And what was your answer?
I said no.
As of the time of this initial expert designation, you had not reviewed any materials, reached any opinions, correct?
I believe I had just started to review materials. I believe that I indicated that in my deposition. I had not yet rendered any opinions. I hadn't completed my review, and I hadn't conducted an evaluation.
Okay. And in fact, you've never testified as an expert on IPV, intimate partner violence. Isn't that correct?
I believe that is correct, but I may not be remembering all of my cases.
Oh, let's go to page 200.
Okay.
My question was, have you ever testified as an expert on IPV? And your answer under oath then at line 22 was what?
No.
And you've never testified as an expert on emotional distress damages associated with IPV. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've never been asked to testify with respect to emotional damages associated with domestic violence or abuse. Isn't that correct?
Again, I'm reluctant to say that's correct, because with 15 years of experience, a lot of my cases have been complex, and that may have been a component, but I don't remember explicitly a case being just about that.
Let's go
Correct.
to page 199, line 20. My question to you was, have you ever been asked to testify with respect to emotional damages associated with domestic violence or abuse? And your answer under oath at that time was?
No.
I've not, right?
Sorry, I
isn't that
haven't
what
found
you
the
said?
page in time,
Okay. You said, no, I've not.
but I have
right?
not.
Okay. Now, you also have never been asked to testify on whether an individual is being truthful in saying that they are a survivor of IPV. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have never qualified as an expert to speak to whether a person suffered from IPV, intimate partner violence, or was a victim or survivor of IPV. Is that correct?
That's outside the task of a psychologist to determine whether an event occurred. We assess behavior, we assess mental status, we don't detect crimes.
So you have not been asked to testify to that, correct?
It's not something that occurs, so no, I have not.
And you were not ultimately asked to provide any opinions on that, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. Now, you did not disclose in any of the designations or your report that you had met with and had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, did you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yes,
That
you did
confused
not
me.
disclose in any of the designations or in your report that you had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, correct?
I did not disclose that I was interviewed by the legal team, no.
I asked a different question. Are you trying to resist that you didn't have dinner with Mr. Depp and drinks?
I'm not trying to resist that, but it's not quite right.
You
What
did
you're
have dinner
stating.
with Mr. Depp, did you not?
I did, with
And
his
you had
legal
drinks
team
with
and
Mr.
Mr.
Depp,
Depp.
did you not?
And what?
You had drinks with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Drinks were served. This was over 2 years ago. I may have had a drink with dinner, yes,
In fact, you thought you had a mule something, right?
possibly.
Yes, okay. And you didn't disclose that you had met with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours and had dinner and drinks, correct?
I did not disclose that. It's not significant to the report.
You don't think that's significant, correct?
I don't.
Okay. But you've never been asked to meet with a client in his counsel before being retained as an expert, either before or after, have you?
No.
And you justified that it was okay in this case because it was a high-profile case.
That's not quite right. I justified it in this case. Actually, I sought consultation about it. First of all, the person who had retained his attorneys was unable to come to my office with his attorneys. And yes, this is a very visible case. It's been going on a very long time. And I understood that there would be a need to interview me and make an informed decision about my qualifications.
Can you look at page 240, please? Line 3 is my question. Would you agree it's highly irregular to meet with the subject in a litigation? And your answer on that occasion was, I would not say it's highly irregular. I would say it's not something that I would typically do. However, I had not yet been retained on the case. This was a large, high-profile case, and I understood that I believed that it was appropriate for a person retaining me with such a high profile to meet me, to be able to vet me, essentially with the attorneys present prior to retaining me on his case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That's what you said under oath, correct?
Yes.
And then I said, have you ever done that before? And you said, no. Correct?
Correct.
And then I said, have you ever done it since? And you said, no. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, would you agree that if you did not find something that would be in favor of Mr. Depp and negative to Ms. Heard, that you wouldn't be an expert in this case? That I can bring
Essentially-
you into court if you're going to say that Ms. Heard is right and Mr. Depp is wrong, correct?
So as a forensic psychologist, my obligation is to the court, is to the fact finder. I present science regardless of what that science may be. Now, when I take a case, my retainer agreement is explicit about that, and I discuss
Dr.
that
Crew,
with the attorneys.
I'm asking you a question. I'd like you to try to answer my
Okay.
question. You understand that if you found favorably to Ms. Heard and negatively to Mr. Depp, you wouldn't be here, right? You wouldn't be testifying.
Objection, speculative.
No, okay, sorry.
Hold on. The objection is speculation.
That's not speculation.
I'll sustain the objection if you want to ask.
Okay. If, it goes to bias, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay, all right. You were, in fact, so excited about being involved in this case that you told your husband, even though this was a highly confidential matter, that you were going to be conducting the examination of Ms. Heard, didn't you?
That is not accurate.
You not only told your husband, but you told Ms. Heard that you told your husband, correct?
Ms. Bredoff, that is not accurate.
What is accurate?
You're incorrect. That is not correct.
Is your testimony today under oath that you did not tell your husband that you were going to be conducting the examination of Amber?
That is my testimony.
So the question that was asked was because you brought muffins, you said, from your husband, right? You gave those to Ms. Heard, correct?
May I clarify what occurred so that we can stop talking about the muffins? What happened was that I was getting ready that morning. I frequently bring muffins to the office. My husband did happen to know that there was going to be a celebrity client coming in because on the mornings that occurs, which often occurs, we have to actually clear the office and move the staff to the other office. So yes, on the one hand, he was aware of that. I was getting ready. I asked him to go to the bakery near our house and pick up the muffins for me because I was running late. He often has to do that because I often do run late. He brought the muffins back to the house. I brought them into the office. Ms. Heard and I enjoyed the muffins together. I think I made a comment to her along the lines like, we can thank my husband, my husband got these for us today, meaning he purchased the muffins. We are now enjoying them because of him.
Did you say on pages 305 and 306 that you frequently have examinations of high-profile clients? You want to just take a quick look and tell us?
What, 305, 306?
Yeah, that's where we're talking about it.
Is there a line you'd like me to look at?
You can start with 15, line 15, 305. Just read through that and tell me whether you said anywhere in there that you have a lot of high-profile examinations. You do this frequently. I don't agree.
Won't you approach, please?
Why did your husband get the muffins for Amber Heard?
He did not get the muffins for Amber Heard.
He knew you had a high-profile client, and you were preparing for a very long time, and you asked him to pick up the muffins, correct?
I asked him to pick up the muffins for me, yes.
Okay. Now, would you agree that domestic abuse can be verbal?
Absolutely, yes.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be emotional?
Yes, certainly.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be psychological?
Yes.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be physical?
Yes.
Now, you indicated, and I believe you testified in your direct, that it's very important to review the treatment records before forming opinions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, that's the first thing you would do, correct?
Not necessarily the first, but it's part of the evaluation.
Let's go to page 261. The question I asked was, and do you recall whether you'd review any of these by the designation on February 19, 2021? And you said, okay, I can't say for certain. What I can tell you is that knowing my normal procedure, I would have reviewed the treatment records first. Did you testify to that under oath then?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before we start getting into the ones that you testified about, I just want to be really clear about what you actually have as an opinion with respect to the borderline personality disorder and the histrionics. You didn't diagnose, you didn't actually have a DSM-5 diagnosis that Amber Heard suffers from either borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder, correct?
That's not correct.
In fact, your report says Ms. Heard demonstrates psychological symptoms of a combined borderline and histrionic personality disorder. Would you agree?
Yes, I did say that in also what designation was that? I believe January 18th, that report was included? Yes.
Okay. And that's what you said at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I said a little bit more than that as well.
You said, and I'll read it, I'll quote it, quote, based on the combined results of my interview with Ms. Heard, behavioral observations, psychometric test data, and review of the available records, Ms. Heard demonstrates psychological symptoms of a combined borderline and histrionic personality disorder, BHPD. That's
Yes.
what you wrote in your report as one of your conclusions, correct?
And that's a DSM-5 diagnosis.
And it did not say that you were diagnosing with a DSM-5 for borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder, did it?
That's what it says in different semantics.
Oh, so what you meant to say.
It did not use the words you just said.
Now, let's talk about the treatment records that you said that you reviewed. But I'm going to start with Rocky Pennington. Your testimony was that out of the blue, Amber hit Rocky Pennington, correct?
I can't remember exactly what I said, but I did reference Ms. Pennington's deposition that Ms. Heard struck Ms. Pennington in the face.
In
Yes.
fact, Ms. Pennington testified that she hit Ms. Heard. And in response to that, she can't recall, but Ms. Heard either pushed or slapped her, correct?
I don't recall.
That's a pretty important distinction, don't you think?
My recollection is that there was some sort of violence both ways in the relationship. Either way, it seemed that both of them might have been unstable. I'm only evaluating Ms. Heard.
So now we have an evaluation of Rocky Pennington?
No, I just said, but that was not relevant to my opinion because I'm only evaluating Ms. Heard.
But you testified to that on direct that that was a factor, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, wouldn't it make a big difference if Amber struck first or just responded back?
Given the dynamic, not necessarily. No, it would not have.
So now you're an expert on Rocky Pennington and her dynamics with Amber Heard. I'll withdraw. Okay, so now let's talk about Dr. Cowan. You not only reviewed his treatment records and his text messages and documents, but you also attended his deposition, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that Amber told him about Depp physically abusing her contemporaneous with the events?
I don't recall specifically his words, but I remember him recalling that she had disclosed abuse in their treatment, yes.
And do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that he received a text message contemporaneous that Johnny did a number on me tonight. I'm safe in my support tonight, but I need some real help. Do you remember him testifying to that?
I don't remember the testimony, but I do remember seeing that text message as one of the exhibits.
And do you remember Dr. Cowan testifying that on another occasion, Amber sent him a text, Johnny beat me up pretty good last night, end of quote.
Again,
Not in this instance. She can rely on it. She testified.
Overruled.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I didn't need to argue that hard, I guess. Do you recall that?
Again, I don't recall the testimony, but I do remember that being an exhibit. I've seen it.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that not only did he believe Amber in her reporting of the abuse by Depp, but that she had no ulterior motive?
I actually don't recall that. I'm not saying that it didn't occur.
Okay. Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that he believed the relationship was toxic and he was concerned for Amber's physical well-being?
I do recall him saying that he believed the relationship was toxic.
And you don't recall
I do
Dr.
not.
Cowan saying that he was concerned for Amber's physical well-being?
I don't remember those exact words.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying in that deposition that you were present for, referring to Mr. Depp, quote, his controlling nature, jealousy and suspiciousness, addiction to drugs and alcohol, and violent and indulgent temper? Do you recall him using those terms to describe Mr. Depp?
I remember thinking that would be an inappropriate impression for a treating provider of a different person to give, but I do recall him making that statement.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that if he pushed her, she was going to push him back? And I never had the impression that she was the provocateur, but that she was indicating to me she had a hard time, de-escalating these types of situations.
Yes.
Okay. And do you also recall him saying that she didn't say she pushed him, she just said, I got right back up? She told me that he pushed her down and she got right back up.
I remember him saying that Ms. Heard told him that, yes.
And do you recall him testifying, you could interpret it that way? I kind of interpret it more, metaphorically, that when somebody comes at her, she goes back at them, in a similar way, whether it's verbally or she protects herself. Do you recall that?
I recall something along those lines, but it was a 6 or 7 hour deposition, so the specifics are not fresh in my mind.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan specifically testifying that he believed Amber Heard when she reported the physical abuse by Mr. Depp?
I recall him saying that and following it up with a statement that you have to take the patient at their word when you're the therapist.
You recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall him saying that he believed her? That he found her believable?
Yes, that he found her believable.
Okay. Now, you also testified about Amy Banks. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And before we go there, Dr. Cowan has been a clinical psychologist for 40 years, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, he testified to that, didn't he, in the deposition?
I don't recall.
And he also saw Amber Heard for over 2 years, correct?
Yes.
From 2014, approximately August 2014 to 2000 through 2016, correct?
Yes, he did.
For a period of time.
No, POV, it's not blocking you where it's going to affect you. It's just for the people. It'll help you. I know people don't want to be distracted, but sometimes I do have to take care of stuff in chat so it could run smoothly. So those people that just want me to move on, I'm sorry. This is what lives are. But no, I'm not promoting them to block you, POV. It'll be better for you. So the people that are bothered by you, all that they do is block it where they don't have to see you, which is good for you because then you don't have to worry about them getting upset with you and coming at you, and only the people that you don't bother. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't affect you at all. So that I was actually trying to help you. So the people that were getting affected and, distracted and maybe coming at you a little bit, they don't have to see it, and so they won't bother you anymore. It wasn't a bad thing. It was to help you. So it's actually a good little thing that they have. Some people just, they don't get along with some people, and they could just block them. So you're not blocked from the channel. It's just like you could do that to anybody. If somebody's bothering you, there's a little thing where when you block them, so you won't see what they're saying, so you don't have to be bothered by them. That's all. It just helps. So it'll help the chat run smoother. That's all. I'll be able to see you, and most people probably won't even do it, but there's just, a few people that maybe just are distracted. I'm just saying. Because I've been distracted for like the last 15 minutes trying to make sure everybody's getting along, and I missed all this. So that's the last thing. Just if it bothers you, just do that. You don't have to worry about it. If it doesn't, it's okay. And let's just, watch this. Okay. Okay, so she has treated herself and Johnny. Who cares about a stupid muffin? Yellow lawyer is trying to trip her. Not going to work. Someone needs a pacifier. Wait, what? Anything about... Wait, who... Why did they talk about Johnny cheating? What? Who said that? Oh yeah, good point, Screaming Daisies. Remember, she set up that meeting and she wanted to get back with him. But see, that's what I'm saying. So like Jen, it'll help you. So if the people fire at you, instead they could just basically make you invisible where they don't have to see it. So then they wouldn't fire at you. So then we could just get along, So it actually is better for people that don't get along to just maybe it's called ignore. I don't like the word block, but where it hides you so you don't have to see. So if anybody's bothering you, just hide them and then you won't see their comments. So we could all just get along. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's what it's for. But let's just not announce. Maybe don't and I know it's all right, Trish, that you did, but for future reference, just don't even say. I mean, if you do it to people, you don't have to. I wouldn't say it, and then nobody even knows otherwise. Because we deal with hundreds of different personalities. Not everybody's going to get along. Okay, let's continue, guys. I have hidden him. Yeah. Daniel, hey. Yeah, Screaming Davies. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I know. I want to focus too. I feel like I missed a lot of this.
Would you agree? Okay. And he also testified that he did not diagnose Amber with borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that testimony?
He also testified that he doesn't use diagnoses, but yes, I do recall that.
And do you recall that it was those words were in his notes, but he said he had written that down, but then he discounted it and determined that that was not correct for her.
All right, you want to approach?
All right, now let's jump to Amy Banks. Dr. Banks is a psychiatrist.
No, you don't have to apologize, Lynn. That's what I'm saying. If you can't get along with somebody, just block. It hides them, basically. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. So you don't have to see what they're saying. So you don't have to apologize about doing that. That's exactly what I was telling people. And that's for future. Yeah, if you ever somebody's distracting you, that's all you got to do. And it's not permanent. You just want maybe one live. I just can't handle this live. And then the next one, you could undo it. No big deal. Okay.
Correct?
Yes.
And in fact, she went to medical school at Georgetown and she did her psychiatric training at Harvard Medical School, correct?
I believe that's correct. I don't recall 100%.
All right. And she was a psychiatrist in Massachusetts that Amber Heard had reached out to
Yes.
after the Australia incident to try to help her relationship with Mr. Depp, correct? Let me back up. You attended Dr. Banks' deposition as well, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And Dr. Banks testified to that, correct?
I don't remember if she testified to that. I don't have the notes right in front of me or the deposition transcript.
All right. Do you recall Dr. Banks testifying that she understood that Amber was in a relationship with Johnny Depp that had gotten violent and out of control?
I don't recall specifically, no.
Do you recall Amy Banks testifying that they had physical altercations and his drug use had escalated and Amber felt she was at risk?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Amy Banks testifying that Amber was reporting the violence by Mr. Depp and it was not consensual?
I recall Dr. Banks stating that Ms. Heard was reporting violence to her, yes. I do not recall a statement about consent.
Do you recall Dr. Banks testifying that there was discussion about Mr. Depp cutting off his finger, and she said only that it was a middle of one of these very kind of out-of-control escalated fights, and that did make a fairly big impact on me?
I remember something like that.
All right. And do you recall Dr. Banks saying it was a whole other level? As I remember it told to me, he actually cut off a part of his finger during one of these altercations, meaning to me, the way I digested that, if you will, was that things had gotten particularly out of control.
I do not recall that exact statement. I'm not saying it didn't occur, I just can't recall it.
All right. And you recall that Mr. Depp was in sessions with Ms. Heard with Dr. Banks, correct?
Yes. My understanding, however, is that they met with Dr. Banks and then it was primarily Ms. Heard meeting with Dr. Banks for treatment after prescriptions and therapy.
All right. And do you recall Dr. Banks saying that she was not surprised that Amber was seeking a restraining order because of the violence that she knew existed in the relationship?
I do recall that, and it would be impossible to know that violence exists as a treating therapist or as a psychologist. Again, we're not investigators. However, I do recall that she said that because I remember having that thought.
And do you recall Amy, and she's a psychiatrist, right?
Psychiatrist.
Okay. And do you recall Amy Banks saying that it was clear to her that Mr. Depp was the one who initiated the violence?
I don't recall that.
All right. Do you recall that Dr. Banks said that she knew for certain that Mr. Depp was the one who had committed the violence because Ms. Heard reported it in the presence of Mr. Depp and he did not contradict?
I do not recall that.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Banks ultimately concluded that it was her belief that Amber was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp? And what was your answer to that last one? I'm sorry.
I think I can't recall, but I also can't recall that last question.
Do you recall that Dr. Banks concluded that Amber was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall that.
You also reviewed the records of Laurel Anderson and you reviewed her deposition, is that correct?
Let me refresh my memory for a moment. I reviewed Dr. Anderson's deposition, yes.
Okay, and do you recall that she reported that Amber Heard had reported physical violence by Mr. Depp to her?
I recall that she said that Ms. Heard had reported that, yes.
Okay, and do you recall that she said that it changed over time?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay, and do you recall Dr. Anderson saying that she had witnessed her face being bruised after the December 15, 2015 incident?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said that Amber had reported that he had pulled out her hair, bruised her face, kicked her leg, and hit her in the head?
Yes, Ms. Heard did report that to her according to her testimony.
Okay. And do you recall that Amber Heard said that Mr. Depp was scaring her?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said she believed that Amber Heard was a victim of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I recall, no, I don't recall that statement.
All right, let's go to Bonnie Jacobs. You said that you reviewed the notes from Bonnie Jacobs, correct?
Yes.
And what you testified to was that you discounted these because the first notes from Bonnie Jacobs indicated that she already had all of these symptoms, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. I discounted.
Tell me why you discounted Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
I did not discount Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
You said that Bonnie Jacobs, in her notes, had already determined that these symptoms were present for Amber Heard before the relationship with Mr. Depp, did you not?
What I recall saying was that within Dr. Jacobs' notes, she's documented instances in which Ms. Heard reported to her over the course of therapy that she was experiencing nightmares, recurrent nightmares, in fact, about childhood abuse.
Okay. Now, the very first entry on Bonnie Jacobs' notes, and these are the notes, right? Do you recognize these?
I do, and we
Okay.
received more sort of at the tail end just a couple months ago.
All right, so the first of Bonnie Jacobs' notes is on 10/17/2011. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the exact date. I don't have anything in front of me.
And Amber Heard was already in the relationship with Johnny Depp at this point, was she not?
I believe she was, yes.
Okay. And in Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she documents
However, go ahead.
multiple occasions that Amber Heard reports to her physical violence upon her by Mr. Depp, does she not?
There are several notes that indicate that Ms. Heard has reported violence by Mr. Depp, yes.
Many, correct?
I wouldn't qualify it as many. I'm not sure what you mean by
How
many.
How many would you say?
I don't know. I don't have the notes in front of me.
Okay, well, what do you recall in deciding to make your opinions in this case?
Well, I'm confused about the dates because I know that Dr. Jacobs treated Ms. Heard even while she was in her prior relationship, leaving her prior relationship with her last wife.
Dr. Curry, I'm not going to ask you to try to bring in extraneous things. I'm asking you what you recall of these
But
notes.
the dates would have been different based on that alone.
Okay.
And I recall that there was quite a bit of information because these were copious notes spanning back in time from her relationship with Tasha.
So Dr. Curry, please answer my question. How many occasions do you recall
I don't know.
Dr. Jacobs documenting Amber reporting physical abuse?
I don't know.
Now, you also said that you listened to audio tapes in this case, correct?
Yes.
Did you hear Mr. Depp admitting to headbutting Ms. Heard?
That is not what I heard.
You didn't hear that?
I heard a conversation about headbutting. I did not hear him, as you said, admit to headbutting Ms. Heard.
Okay, that's your characterization of it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see the videotape of Mr. Depp in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay, did Ms. Heard imagine that or create that, or was she responsible for that somehow?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. What, if any, impact did that have on your opinions, watching Mr. Depp in that video?
I'm not sure it was one of many pieces of the exhibits and other collateral data that I considered. I'm not sure what the direct impact was or if that could be measured.
All right. Now, counsel asked you whether you had conducted any type of examination on Mr. Depp, and I believe your answer was no, correct?
No.
You did not review any medical records or psychological records from Mr. Depp either, did you?
I reviewed all of the records that were available.
Do you recall reviewing medical and psychological records on Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein referring to Mr. Depp having rage?
No, I actually recall him referring to Ms. Heard in that note.
Your testimony is that Dr. Blaustein was referring to Amber Heard as having rage?
I transcribed several of the notes, and I may be missing a time when he I said that about Mr. Depp. The handwriting was very difficult to transcribe, but there was one instance in which I recall transcribing him stating that Mr. Depp reported that Ms. Heard had rage.
Dr. Blaustein's deposition was taken, was it not?
Shoot, I just realized I didn't watch all of it. You know, when I was doing the clips of every time she like basically made her look dumb, somehow I missed this part. I'm confused. There must have been a chunk that got deleted where I didn't go through. Shoot, I thought I was all done. That means I'm gonna be up late trying to finish this. I thought I was all done too. But I just caught a couple more times where I could have added it in there. Oh well. Oh man.
I don't recall.
Do you recall, so I take it then you don't recall him testifying that Mr. Depp told him he had rage and demons?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein testifying that Mr. Depp looked at his wife Amber like his mother or his sister that he didn't like?
I haven't seen his deposition. I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, did you see and do you know whether Mr. Depp has ever been diagnosed with any personality disorders?
That's not relevant to my task to conduct an evaluation of Ms. Heard. So I do not know that he has had one. It was not in the records that he did.
All right. So one way or the other, you don't know whether Mr. Depp suffers from any personality disorders.
That's not my task.
Okay. Let me go to IPV perpetrators. Would you agree that accusations of infidelity can be considered one of the characteristics of a personality perpetrator of IPV?
It can be a characteristic of a lot of things. It is something that can be weaponized if somebody is trying to or is having rage toward their partner.
Let's go to page 270. Line 3, my question was, are accusations of infidelity considered one of the characteristics of a perpetrator, a personality perpetrator of IPV? And your answer under oath at that time.
Can you remind me of the page? I thought
Page 270, line 3 was where my question was.
Okay.
And your answer is at line 8. You said it can be, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And interrogating your partner about unfounded accusations of infidelity can be abusive. Would you agree?
It can be if they're unfounded, yes.
Okay. Psychological consequences for a victim of IPV can include diminished self-esteem, correct?
Good idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
Depressed mood,
Yes.
anxiety,
Yes.
fearfulness,
Certainly.
diminished self-agency,
Yes.
feeling powerless,
Yes.
loss of sleep.
Yes.
And IPV is a traumatic stressor. Would you agree?
It is.
All right. And IPV is capable of resulting in PTSD, is it not?
It is.
Okay. And IPV is capable of resulting in other trauma-based disorders, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Amber's medical examination, she was cooperative, correct?
Her psychological, yes. She was cooperative and polite.
Okay. And in the 2 full days of examination, you felt she was polite and answered all your questions, except in one instance where she furrowed her brow when you were asking about friendships in high school, correct?
That's not correct.
All right, let's go to page 275. So we start on 274 with the, was she polite? You said yes. Was she cooperative? Yes. Did she answer your questions? For the most part, yes. This is, now we're on page 275, lines 4 and 5. And then my question was, did she at any time become combative or unfriendly with you or angry? And your answer was, there was one instance in which she appeared annoyed and the posturing forward a bit, more assertive tone, furrowed brow, when I was questioning something, following up on data that had been inconsistent about friendships in high school. Other than that, she was very polite. Is that your answer at that time?
That was my answer at that time, and it's inconsistent with the question you had just asked me.
And would you agree that appearing for this examination with an expert who had been retained by Mr. Depp more than a year earlier might be a little stressful?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, not only had you been retained by Mr. Depp, but what had been communicated by Mr. Depp's team was that you had called Amber Heard a liar and a perpetrator of abuse, correct?
First of all, I'd like to clarify that I was not retained by Mr. Depp. I was retained by Mr. Depp's counsel. And what I can say that, yes, any examinee in a forensic context, you would consider that they're probably stressed.
All right. Would you agree that all perpetrators of IPV have anger management issues?
Yes.
And a large portion of IPV perpetrators have substance abuse issues?
It's one of many factors that correlates with intimate partner violence, but there are certainly many people who perpetuate intimate partner violence who do not have substance abuse issues.
All right, let's go to 131, line 17.
131, you said?
Yes, line 12 is what I have here. And I'm talking about, you said, and just to give context, remember I was asking you what percentage of people you treat that are perpetrators, and you'd said 5%. Do you recall that, just for substance?
I see that here.
Okay, and then I said, of the 5% that are IPV perpetrators that you've treated over the last 8 years, how many of these perpetrators have substance abuse issues? And your answer was?
I see that I answered with a figure of speech, a large portion.
Okay, thank you. And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator. Would you agree?
Are you in a different area, or are you asking me a separate question?
I'm asking you a question.
Oh.
And it's common.
Sorry, can you please repeat it?
Yes. And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator. Would you agree? That's exactly how it was asked in the deposition. So
I understand it is a compound question. I'll sustain the objection.
And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight. I don't think that's, Your Honor, I think it's just one question. Let me try it. To gaslight the victim, isn't it?
That's a characteristic of psychological abuse, yes.
Okay, and it's common then for them to accuse them of being the perpetrator, the victim.
That's a characteristic of abuse from women perpetrated against men. It's actually very, very common. About 90% of male victims of IPV have reported that a female partner who abuses them makes threats to report their partner as an abuser. It's less common for men to make that statement to female partners just because there's less potential consequence.
Isn't it true, though, that some form of gaslighting is often present in these personality-based IPV scenarios?
Yes.
Okay. And it's distressing for the victim to be accused, is it not?
Absolutely.
It causes them a lot of fear?
Certainly.
And it causes them a lot of distress?
Absolutely, yes.
And in fact, they feel falsely accused, correct?
Yes.
And they feel paranoid?
Yes.
And they feel frightened?
Yes.
Afraid that everyone's going to believe the perpetrator, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, they're afraid they're going to lose their security, correct?
Can you clarify what you mean by security?
I'll ask the next one. And they're afraid they're going to lose their reputation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about the testing for a moment. You talked about the MMPI-2, but that's not the most recent MMPI, is it?
No, it's the most researched.
Okay. Now, you need to have an elevated, on the MMPI, there was only one section that had elevated scores, correct?
No, that's not correct.
It was the K section, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. And was there any elevated score over 65 on the MMPI?
I would need to take a look at it. If, you know, I provided a 25-page interpretation outline. If you're able to pull that up, I'd be happy to go over any of the individual scores for you.
Can you recall any clinical scales for the MMPI-2 for Amber Heard that were above 65 as you sit there today?
Again, there are multiple scales on this test, 25 pages worth listed. So if you can pull it up, then I can review and give you a confident answer.
What can you recall as you sit there?
I'm hesitant to do that because I don't want to make an error by ignoring hundreds of scale scores.
And would you agree that you can't make a pathological determination or diagnosis if the scales are not elevated on the MMPI-2?
I would not agree with that.
Okay. Now, one of the answers that Amber gave is that it's hard for her to feel safe, correct?
Are you talking about the MMPI-2?
Yes.
Again, I don't recall. There are 567 items on that. I would need to see her results.
Well, it's a common trauma symptom, isn't it, to not feel safe?
Sure.
And safety concerns are common among women who have been victimized, correct?
Women and men, yes.
Okay, and common especially for sexually victimized people. Would you agree?
Any type of victimization, yes.
Okay, and hard to trust. That's a common after effect of interpersonal violence-related trauma, correct?
Sure.
And memory difficulties. Amber said she felt she had holes. Do you recall that?
I do. And her account was different than typical memory difficulties with trauma.
It is common for individuals who have experienced trauma.
And it's actually
to
not
have-
common. No, it's a symptom, but it's the least common.
In fact, a DSM-5 diagnosis for PTSD includes a, quote, inability to remember an important aspect of the traumatic event, end of quote. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And memory difficulties are a symptom of PTSD, correct?
Certain types of memory difficulties, yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall when Amber says the first incident of abuse took place?
I believe it was, the first incident in which yes. So she stated that it was early on in their relationship.
Okay. Do you recall it
I don't recall the exact date off the top of my head.
Do you recall it being a tattoo, something related to a tattoo?
I do.
Okay. Now, if someone had been subjected to a 4-year relationship characterized by repeated IPV, they can have symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Intense anxiety,
Yes, certainly.
depressed or irritable states,
Actually, it's not so much states. When you're looking at a real trauma reaction, it's pretty persistent. It's less of these transient states.
intimate problems,
Yes.
relationship difficulties.
Yes.
And these are symptoms you're also attributing to the personality disorder, correct?
Yes, there are some key differences.
Okay. Now let's talk for a moment specifically about a couple of the profiles on the MMPI. This is not an exaggerated profile for her, is it?
No, actually, that was something unique. When she completed objective broadband measures, where the questions, you don't know what the questions are getting at, they seem completely random, she raised scores that indicated that she was trying to minimize any mental issues and appear completely free of pathology. When she took tests that asked questions that were specific to trauma, that's when you'd see these extreme exaggerations.
All right, let's go to page 337. My question on line 7, this is not an exaggerated profile, is it, for her? And your answer under oath at that time was no, it is not an exaggerated profile. Do you see that?
Yes, we're
That's what
talking
you
about the
testified-
MMPI here.
You
Yes.
testified under oath at that time, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Now, the profile is also not consistent with malingering, correct?
The MMPI-2 profile, it's specific to how she approached this test, and you're correct. For this test, it was a defensive profile, not an exaggerated profile.
So my question on line 10 was, this is not a profile consistent with malingering, correct? And your answer under oath at that time was correct. On this test is not consistent with malingering, period, right?
Yes.
That was your full answer. Okay. Now, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have not made any determinations, including any of opinions that Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct. That's outside of the scope of psychology.
Okay. And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional distress as a result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman, correct?
What I can testify is that there was no indication of a decline in psychological functioning showing any injury since she's been with Mr. Depp.
You cannot testify one way or the other on that, correct? Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Dr. Curry,
Yes.
in your report, nowhere in your report did you provide any opinion of whether Ms. Heard suffered emotional distress as a result of the defamatory statements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Dr. Kerr, you were just asked a question about malingering
Yes.
and made reference to the MMPI-2. Is there another test that you did to make a determination with respect to malingering?
Yes. So I also, well, malingering is a term that most psychologists, we try to be careful of it because it indicates an intent for secondary gain. I prefer feigning, which you had brought up earlier, because it indicates that somebody is intentionally exaggerating, but I don't know necessarily why. So I think that's a more accurate term in general. On the MMPI-2, yes, there was no exaggerated profile. I also gave her the CAPS-5. I don't know if you'll remember, but that is the clinician-administered PTSD scale consistent with the DSM-5. And on that, there were signs of gross exaggeration. I also looked at the test results that were provided by Dr. Hughes, and on an objective test of trauma, there is a scale specific to intentional exaggeration on that test, and Ms. Heard was in the 98th percentile, meaning that she is, she had engaged in extreme levels of exaggeration.
Thank you. You were asked about intimacy problems, relationship difficulties associated with IPV, and you then said that there were some key differences.
Yes.
What are those?
So what you see when we're talking about the personality disorders is there is a very consistent pattern of the aggression, the violence, the irritability. First of all, it's escalated. But second of all, it occurs when there is either, for the borderline component, a threat of abandonment, a perceived slight, feeling like the person is about to leave you, about to walk away to get some space from an argument. It also occurs to a more mild extent, but when there's a loss of attention and a need to manipulate to try to get that attention back. But it's not, when somebody has PTSD, that irritability is sort of at a low, constant level, or it's completely random. For instance, you might have a Vietnam vet who went straight to bars for a period to get into fights with the hope that he would kill somebody and just self-destruct. So it's a very different type of presentation. IPV, it might be more irritability, but that's actually less of a symptom for female IPV victims. Usually what you'll see is somatic symptoms, the depression, a lot of fearfulness and anxiety, but typically more complaints about somatic symptoms.
You testified that some of the professionals involved in this case had to take their patient at her word. What did you mean by that?
So when you're providing therapy, you're in a very different role than an examiner. When you're the forensic examiner, you're just really looking at data to make a decision. When you're a therapist, you're an advocate for your client's well-being. And in fact, it's considered extremely unethical for a treating provider to ever provide opinion testimony like I'm providing, because it's so well known in our field that you're going to have an automatic bias for your client. It's almost a sense of protection, advocacy, wanting their best, which is why we also know that it's very inappropriate to convey any sort of opinion about whether a crime occurred, whether abuse occurred. We can certainly believe our clients. We can support them in their therapy and take them at their word. But when giving opinions and consultations, we have to be very, very cautious and really only provide the facts. We would state things in terms of, my client did report this. I saw this. Here was our treatment plan. Here was the diagnosis. It's we're taught, we're trained to stay away from making any sort of opinions, understanding that most of the time, and most of Ms. Heard's providers were just treating Ms. Heard. They had never so much as done an initial interview with Mr. Depp and gotten his whole life story or his symptoms or his side of any of it. And they're going to be advocating, and the treatment relationship is about helping your client achieve well-being, not making formal psychological or psychiatric opinions.
So you're asked a question about a series of doctors. Dr. Cohen, treating physician?
Yes, he was a psychologist.
Yeah. Dr. Banks, treating physician?
Dr. Banks, yes, treating psychiatrist.
Dr. Anderson?
Yes, treating psychologist.
Every one of them had to take Amber Heard at his word, right?
Yes.
Oh, overruled.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Is this witness subject? Yes, sorry. Is this witness subject to recall?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Since you're subject to recall, Dr. Curry, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody, and please do not watch anything of this trial, okay? All right,
Got
thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
You can stay there for a moment.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. Do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody, okay?
On mute. Okay, guys. Well, pretty good. I'm probably am gonna end this because I want to edit. Or man, it does not feel like I've been on for 3 hours. Huh. This was it. I had fun tonight. So I'm gonna go because I want to finish editing that video because I want to get it uploaded tomorrow because tomorrow I want to start editing maybe some clips from the trial. I'm gonna start editing little like minute clips or like stuff that's kind of important. I don't know, I'm gonna try to keep up with it. It's probably gonna be hard, but tomorrow, guys, I'm supposed to have I don't know if I'm allowed to say. Yeah, I guess I don't see why I wouldn't be allowed to say. So I'm supposed to be having one of Grandis's friends is going to come on, and she has a statement from Grandis. I should call her, I guess. I know Grandis doesn't like to be called Grandis, Candy, or whatever. And she's going to come on and play. It's like going to be an audio recording. It's supposed to be a longer one than the short one that just came out or whatever. So I don't know. It's supposed to be tomorrow sometime. I know I said I wasn't going to cover that case anymore unless if something new came out, and this is new. So, plus there's those 2 videos I wanted to edit, that one subtitles with that case and with the summer case. And what else did I want? Oh, I still want to watch the interview with Grandis's other supposed friend. I never watched that yet, but this is a real friend of hers, I guess. And I guess there's been a lot of lies going on about her. I guess there's a channel yesterday that lied and said that they were talking to Grandis on the phone and they collected a bunch of money and said they were going to give it to Grandis. And Grandis said they were never talking to her. So who'd all that money go to? So she's kind of, and the other, I guess it's the same channel that actually said that she was talking to Rose and Rose was alive. This is all new to me. I didn't even realize that was going on because I'm not like up to date on all these channels. Lisa just informed me on this stuff. Like, so like Grandis wants to make a statement for the truth. Like she's sick of all these lies, which I understand. First of all, somebody's saying that her missing daughter is hiding out, and even Rose's husband, I guess, was trying to tell this channel it's fake. That's not her. People were trying to tell her, and I guess this person was blocking people. I don't know. I don't know nothing about the channel or anything. All I know is Grandis wants to get a statement out about the truth about these lies that's been spread around. So that's supposed to be tomorrow. So her friend's supposed to have this audio statement, and then she's gonna, come up on panel and talk for a little bit with Lisa. So look for that. We're supposed to do it tomorrow. So that should be interesting. And then and I'll be watching the trial though in the day, and then probably do another Johnny panels, because this is what I've been spending a lot of time on, is this case Johnny. I mean, it doesn't leave that much time for really that much more research or cases or videos, because every day, so I'll be pretty busy with that. But I do want to actually look in a couple other cases. I took some notes down. Yeah, where did I do that? On the last live, there's a couple people that recommended the cases. Where did I write the names of them? Oh, I can't remember. Or maybe I asked them to email me. Anyway, so yeah, it should be live. It's supposed to be alive. So I mean, Grandis isn't going to be on. It's going to be an audio recording with a statement, her addressing these lies, and then her friend's going to come and talk, I guess. But yeah, I guess, did you guys know, or have you guys been aware that all this was going on? There's this channel, like, basically, first, it's the same channel that I guess supposedly, and I'm not going to, if anybody knows the name of the channel, don't put it in the live chat, because I don't want to, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to talk crap about this channel. So don't even, if you know who it is, just don't mention it in here. Let's just keep it classy. But there is just the same channel that said they were in contact with Rose. Like a few weeks ago, yesterday, said that they had a Grandis on the phone, collected a bunch of money that everybody thought was going to Grandis. She said she was talking to Grandis on FaceTime or something, and here she wasn't. So Grandis is like, who did all that money go to? Everybody thinks they're donating to her. What? Well, I mean, what the heck? She wasn't talking to me. So that's, like I said, that's what the statement's about, is just calling, basically getting her truth out, I guess. I don't know what it says, what the statement says. Because I guess well, I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, Rose is our missing sister. So somebody pretended, whether the channel is behind it or somebody like fooled the channel and lied to the channel, and the channel believed that it was really Rose. Somebody pretending, oh, I'm Rose. I'm not, I'm not dead. I'm alive. I just been hiding out. Like, had all these details, like, oh, I adopted a couple kids, blah, blah, all these lies. But the thing is, so that one, maybe she was fooled. But then the grandest one, if she claimed, supposedly, I guess, I haven't watched it yet, but I was told that she claimed that she was FaceTiming Grandis. So then, since that's not true, then the channel has to know. Like, the channel has to be lying on purpose, because they would know if they were FaceTiming Grandis. They'd be able to see her. So after I heard that, I'm like, well, then they are doing it on purpose. They're not being fooled, because if they're claiming they're FaceTiming somebody that they're not, then they're the ones lying, and the channel's the one lying, right? So yeah, I think the channel is just lying for some reason. I would like to, give them a benefit and be like, okay, maybe they're just fooled and they're just gullible or whatever, and they believed and somebody scammed them. But no, if you're saying you FaceTimed, you could see that that's not her. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, and they collected money. I'm sick. I just can't even believe that people are doing this crap. It's just, so I'm glad, like, Greenis is at least gonna get that truth out, that she was not talking to me. You guys didn't donate to me, So I don't know. So it's supposed to be audio recording. So you know what I'm saying? So hopefully that'll prove that it's her, because we know what she sounds like, right? So, like I said, I haven't heard it yet, but so we'll see. That'll be interesting tomorrow. I don't know. See, I'm not sure. I'm a little bit nervous to live stream it. I know there's other channels doing it, but do you think that I would get copyrighted for, like, just live streaming it? I've been wanting to do it, but then couple of people have me a little bit nervous to do that, even though there are other channels that are doing it. I don't know. I've been thinking about it. Like, when it first started, I contemplated. And I would love to, because I got to watch it anyway. It'd be awesome to just be able to watch it first with you guys. Let me think about it and, like, look into it and see if like, just because it's so high profile, I don't know if, like, they would try to, I wouldn't think, I don't know, because there are so many channels. Because there's one thing playing the clips, but I don't know why would it be. It shouldn't be that different, really. I don't know. Yeah, let me think about it, Mrs. Kurt Cobain. Trish. I know, me too. I just said my last live. I said I'm gonna take a break from the summer case again because unless if something new comes, and then something new came. So at least it's this necessary, but this isn't necessarily having to do with the case. It's just the drama surrounding the case. So I mean, I think it's kind of important just to use it to get at least the truth out that there's somebody scamming, basically collecting money under a false pretense, which I'm so. Oh, when I see how like, there's this has just been happening a lot where people set up these things, collect a ton of money, and then I don't know, it's just doesn't seem fair because there's so many other causes that could really use that money, but it like I don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to get into specifics, but this goes on too often. Um. Anyway, so yeah, I know. Yeah, it is actually. I mean, I don't know how you would go about. I guess Grandis would have to probably report it. I guess, right? Because that probably would be like like a breaking a law, right? Yeah, because think about it. You can't. Yes, because you can't collect money under a false pretense, right? Like it would be one thing if she just said, "Oh, I'm collecting it for me," or just for my channel. But if you're saying it's for a cause or for somebody else to help somebody else for a cause, and then it's for you, like, yeah, I think actually that is breaking a law, right? I really do. Oh, thanks, Linda. Oh, the soul, what's up? Yeah, you made it in Tennessee. I didn't get to say hi to you yet. Yay. Well, I know Randy's brother got in trouble for that. So I know it is potentially, depending, I guess, on the specifics. He he's dead now. So, well, I guess I don't. God, that sounds weird the way I said it. He just actually died this past year. Drugs. Died in his car. But he was his brother, Randy's brother, that was such a jerk. And I'm not saying that he deserved it. One thing doesn't have anything to do with the other. But I'm just saying he was that brother that, Randy said he was evil. He had so much bad karma coming. He's the one that made me quit my family's pizza shop. I mean, he was just so mean. But anyway, when me and Randy were in Colorado, he got busted for going door to door, pretending to collect money under like some kind of cause, like some kind of charity. I forget what he even said. I think he said it was to help for his brother's funeral or something. So even something like that. I think that's what he went. And he went to door, but people had the Ring doorbells. And when they found out that, like one of the people like did a little bit of research and like contacted the family and said, "Oh, okay, you're collecting a charity for blah blah blah." And they're like, "No." So she turned him in, and they had the video. And me and Rainey actually saw the video of him, and he was wanted because they couldn't find him, and he was like on the wanted list for. So he got in trouble for that. So yeah, you can. Course, he's an addict for drugs. You get desperate, and so hey, let me just try this, and he used the money for himself. So it was against the law in that case. I don't know how that works with this online stuff, but I'm sure it should be the same. It might be a pain to try to get it, and maybe some cops don't even want to be hassled with it. But I think that if you try, you might be able to. I don't know though. I don't know for sure. I just know what happened with him. It was definitely a charge. Yeah, definitely. definitely, because I want some case suggestions. Definitely, it might be a little bit slow coming because I'm going to be busy with the Johnny Depp Amber trial. But no, I mean, um, I think I could still at least cover at least one case until this is over. So do like maybe like at least one Johnny a week, one other video of another case a week. And then maybe a couple, I don't know, and then be watching the trial. That takes a lot of time. But yeah, let me know if there's any other cases that need attention. Oh, it's Summer Wells is the one. Or wait, are you talking about for tomorrow? It's Summer Wells. She's the little 5-year-old that she's missing. They still haven't found her from Tennessee. Um Fraud. Yeah, that's what he thinks, K-Clo. That would be fraud. I'm so silly. It's so obvious, huh? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, she could. She would have to go, make a charge or whatever. Anyway, so yeah. Yeah, well, he did because they couldn't find him. He was wanted, so he was like on basically on the run where they couldn't find him or whatever for a while. And then he finally did. But he had other charges too, but no, that was one of them. He had like a domestic thing for hitting his ex-wife. So he had a few charges, but yeah, he spent some time in jail. But see, I don't know because he had other charges too. So I don't know how much time he got for that, and how much what that charge was, and how much like as far as how much time in jail or what the charge because he was getting in trouble for a bunch of stuff, and then he would go to jail, then he'd get out on bond, and then he would break that somehow, and go back to jail. So yeah, he did, but like I said, I don't know if it what would have happened if he didn't have other things on top of it. Um, oh, okay, right. Well, then maybe she did contact her. Like I said, I haven't even watched that. I was just what I was told. Um, I haven't even watched the channel yet. Um, I was told, and then she wanted to make a statement. So maybe she tried to contact her or something. But the thing is I was told that that creator said she was actually talking to her. Oh, you're saying after the fact, probably after she got called out and people were like, you weren't talking to her. Because I heard like during the video, she actually said she was talking to her and collecting money, and she wasn't talking to her. So that was a lie. And maybe she got all caught up in it and she had to be like, oh, well, if she contacts, like to cover her bases, maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go maybe watch. I don't want to waste the time watching that crap though. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I don't even need to watch it. I could because Lisa will be up there. I could still have her friend release the statement. I don't have to waste my time. It's just a not wait. Don't take what I'm saying wrong. Not having the statement and Grandis's friends a waste of time. I'm talking about watching that other channel with the lies. It was a waste of time. Anyway. Yeah, probably that's what I'm saying. I'll probably do need like a couple Johnny a week. Okay, so let's see what else we got. Yeah, but didn't she say she was talking to Grandis? She's never talked to her. So maybe we're not talking about the same creator. And she also said she was talking to Rose, and like Rose's husband was even, I mean, she's saying that's a lie. That's not. I guess some of the stuff she was saying, I mean, we knew it was not. I guess some people will believe it. Some people are going to believe it. From what I have heard so far, yeah. I mean, I think it's just somebody making up things for content. Sounds like. I don't know though. Like I said, I was just asked to let her put her statement out, so uh It takes for them to realize it's lately. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah. I know, because there were still other videos that it's just like I didn't have time to edit. Like Johnny, I wanted to get like maybe some clips. I have some of them like of him and her, and like kind of like edit together some information about their past videos. You know what I'm saying? Just interesting things that it's like I'm barely even keeping up with that, you know? So so maybe we're not talking about the same person. I'm talking about somebody then maybe that we're talking about two different people then. So I'm saying, don't even worry then. I don't want to mention the name. Maybe we're talking about two different people. The person I'm talking about did, so it's okay. I shouldn't even have said anything because now, like, people are maybe thinking I'm talking about somebody else since I didn't name it. I just wanted to tell you guys about the live tomorrow so you know what's going on, you know, what to expect. I guess I should let me just word it like this. Grannis is just putting out a statement because just to clear up some things, I guess. I don't know. I feel like I could never just ugh, I feel like I'm always something wrong. Oh, it's probably just the hormones. I'm just taking everything too. Anyway, I don't know. That'd be awesome to be able to live stream, huh? And watch it with you guys. Because I'm watching it anyway. Shoot. Especially when Amber testifies. Oh, shoot. Oh, 14 asterisk, what's up? Yes, LC's definitely. I know. Let me think about it. Gosh, why am I like kind of just nervous? I'm trying to think what would be the best channel to stream. Well, maybe okay. I probably won't be able to tomorrow because I'm gonna have to get the thumbnail ready for the live tomorrow, and then just get caught up on stuff. But maybe by like midweek, or I might be able to, or at least by. But what if Amber is testifying tomorrow? We don't know for sure if Amber is, right? I just don't think I'll be. I don't know. Probably not tomorrow, but maybe. But not know for sure. But I just feel like I'm gonna be up late. Gosh, that would be nice though. Okay, so oh, cool. Oh, you mean Law and Crime crocheting? Yeah, because Law and Crime, and then you have Fox. Which one do you guys like watching on? Because I know certain ones show like different like combinations of the of videos, don't they? Because I feel like sometimes if you watch one, it'll just have like one camera view, and then like sometimes like Law and Crime usually has the two. It just depends. I feel like some of the other ones sometimes have two, but they have different ones. They're not always the same. I'm trying to think. When you do it live, wait, does Long Crime have the two even when it's the live part, or is it after they re-upload them? I don't know. I gotta go a little look into it and do a little research. What would be the best one? Because I know sometimes some of them are different. And then sometimes some of them show what what they're looking at, what the when they publish things. Some of the videos show it and then some don't. I'm confused. Why not all of them do? Have you noticed that? Like the text messages or pictures. Like if you watch it on one channel, they'll show it, and on some, but it's I feel like it's not consistent. Like I can't just say, "Oh, Law&Crime always shows it." I feel like it's like different. You just don't know, right? Really? I'm almost hoping that she isn't gonna be on tomorrow because I'm not quite ready. I got a busy day tomorrow. I'd rather it be like later on in the week that she's on so I could really be on it, you know? Oh, they don't have any ads? And the other ones do? Huh. Well, then that would be best, the one without it. Are you serious? But how do you know? Because you don't know who I'm talking about. There's no way. I never named who I'm talking about. So I could be talking about somebody different than who you are. So, like, let's just drop it. Seriously, think about it. How do you even know? Maybe I'm talking about somebody totally different. I'll do my own research and find out for myself. So you watched it. Was I wrong? Since I didn't watch it, are you still here? I trust your opinion. You know exactly who I'm talking about. Is what I said true? You were there, right? I hope I'm not like calling. Like I hope you're okay. I don't know. Are you still in the chat, my mod? Was that true? Like, because you know, because I don't know. I think Sex talking about somebody else. They think they're talking about the same person. Like I said, I haven't watched it yet, so maybe I should not have said anything. I guess I should. So, what did you see them try to? Were they taking like donations or no? The person I'm talking about. They were taking donations for Grandis or no? And did they say they were talking to Grandis? We'll see. Because she knows. We talked earlier, so she knows exactly who I'm talking about. So Sec, maybe we're just talking about different people. It's all good. No biggie. And I'll try to watch it and skim through it so I make sure, you know, it's all that I know, at least the basic of what's going on, you know. And maybe, because the person I talked to, besides Soul, I'm saying the person I talked to, maybe there's something behind the scenes or something that actually wasn't all like broadcast that they're talking about. I don't know. Because the person I talked to is like follows that, you know, everything I feel like. So, you know, maybe there's more something going on that you're not aware of, you know. You might not know behind the scenes. Maybe there's stuff going on. I don't know. Yes. See, that's one thing that I said. So Spec or whatever your name was. Now I forget Sec. So you're saying that that's wrong? Because that was one of the main points I brought, that person was claiming to talk to Grandis and her friend. They had FaceTime screenshots, right? And then the other thing was the donation. And anyone who said it was they were blocked. So I don't know. It's not a big deal. She just wants to share her side. Granted, it's because she wasn't talking to her, and there was nobody that she was talking to that was talking to the other person because it was just all false from her point of view. That's all. Anyway, so Yes, their focus isn't finding fault in themselves. It's constantly. Okay. In case my phone died. Oh, okay. Bye, Humanimal. See ya. Hope come by tomorrow. Oh, okay. I don't know. I guess we always have to have one person that's. But maybe, like I said, maybe I shouldn't have said anything until I watched it myself. But I don't know. All right, guys. Well, yeah, Law&Crime, and then there's that was probably, I guess, who I would go with. There's that Fox that's doing it. Is there anybody else? And then besides that, those are the two big news channels. And besides that, it's the other little channels that are streaming off of one of the big news channels in there. You know what I'm saying? Like I think I don't know. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to like call you out like and expose that you watched it. I'm sorry. I just wanted to know at least that I don't know. Because if I felt bad, if I'm saying wrong stuff, I just wanted to be able to at least clear it up in the moment. But oh, all right, I better go because I need to walk around. Man, I'm like nervous. Remember how I was feeling like those pains? Like my INR was really low last time. And I hate how, like, I'm normally not worried about it and it's probably in my head, but I hate it. Even if it gets low, like I'm on more for the rest of my life. It's not always going to be therapeutic. You know what I'm saying? It's going to go down and up a little bit once in a while because I'm on the rest of my life. It's just going to happen. You eat things that makes it fluctuate. And if it is, it's like even if it goes down for like a week or two, I just always I don't know, knock on wood. I guess maybe I shouldn't think it's but I'm always like it's not that big of a deal, right? In my head, I feel like, but they make a huge deal out of it and it scares me where if it goes below 2.0, they have to like read you this thing. So if you have this and this, get to the hospital. If you have this and this. And so they put all these thoughts in your head, like all these symptoms in your head. And for somebody like me, I'm one of those people, I don't want to hear the symptoms because my mind, I'm like a like paranoid type or whatever. My mind's so powerful. Like I will be paranoid and I will create those. So I'd rather not know. But I know I've had them twice. Like I know what it feels like, but I'd rather not be reminded because there are other symptoms, that I probably didn't have too. But I would rather not be reminded, right? And they get listed and then get to the hospital. It's like I don't want to hear this every time. It's just I don't know. So now, of course, that's in my head. So now I'm more paranoid. Oh, anyway. Oh, okay. Core TV only does recaps. Okay. No, I know. Like it, yeah. But I'm just saying, like being on it forever. Like there's gonna be times that it's off. That's only, and then you get back on. There'll be like, a little once in a while it'll be off, and then they adjust the dose, and then you get back on, and then it'll be off. I mean, it's only how many years, of course. It's not gonna be perfect because there's so many things that affect it. And I'm not gonna be like perfectly consistent eating the same amount of lettuce every week, every day at the same day, same amount of this. How many things you learn have vitamin K, or how many things you learn that could thin out your blood. It's like I feel like I learn something new every day on the list. It's like, what about this or this? Did you eat this? It's like, oh, that has it in it too, or that affects it. So it's like anything. So yeah, it's gonna be off. It's not gonna be perfect. Once in a while, it's gonna get off. So I don't know. And because they make a huge deal about it, it makes me paranoid. It's all stupid. um. Anyway. not a fundraiser. It wasn't a official fundraiser. They were taking donations. People were donating, and it was supposed to go to Grandis, I guess. And Grandis never got any of it. She said, I didn't get any money. Nobody contacted me. It wasn't like a fundraiser that they set up and it was like fundraiser. It wasn't like that. So just drop it. It's fine. I'm gonna do my research. I'm gonna look into the channel and then we'll present it properly. Okay, Sec 2 number 1. All right, thank you. And the thing is killing me is that I could be talking about somebody totally different. Like you don't even like. What if I just say no? It's this one. It's not even. You know what I'm saying? Like, why can't you just let it go and say, okay, we'll find out tomorrow if it's the same one? Or I would rather just do it tomorrow, and not even name the channel. I don't know if this person's gonna want to, but hopefully I'll be able to talk to her and just say, let's just keep the name. Well, I don't know. Maybe the freaking statement will. Either way, if they did wrong, then they should be called out. So Sec 2, if it's the same person, do you believe they were talking to missing Rose then? So you believe that Rose is just hiding out for all these years and that she contacted some random YouTuber and is talking to him when she like went through all these years to hide out, but now she's going to come and like talk to just some random YouTuber. So you believe that she's talking to Rose? Okay. That's very smart critical thinking there. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna go before it's just not the right time. I gotta walk around. All right, it's not about anybody needing it, but it's the fact that you don't just take the money and say it's gonna go to somebody and then you don't give it to them. That's all. If people are like donating it to give to her, which I don't know. Let me watch the freaking channel. But either way, I don't believe that she was talking to Grandis, and I don't believe that she was talking to Rose. And I'll look into the whole donating, but maybe it was done behind the scenes. I don't know. The person I talked to is aware of a lot of stuff going on, and she talks to like people behind the scenes and stuff. So who knows, Sec, or whatever your name, Sec? Yeah, who knows what's going on behind the scenes? I'm sure you don't know everything, unless you are the channel. Are you the person? I don't know. I'm just not in the mood here. Like that, I'm sorry, that I can't agree with somebody pretending to talk to a missing person. Like even that alone is just not right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, but I kept telling you, let's not assume we're talking about the same thing. Let's just drop it and I will look into it. But let's not assume, because maybe we aren't. And maybe we're talking about a different situation, but you keep bringing it up, and that's why. No, maybe we are talking about the same thing, but let's wait and see all the details. That's all. And maybe I misheard. Maybe it was something behind the scenes that went on. Maybe I misheard that part about the donating. Maybe there was something more after the fact. I don't know. I just know that she did collect money on her behalf somewhere, somehow, and they didn't get it. So that's all. Anyway. All right. Good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Hey, Stephanie. What time does that trial usually start? Like 9 or 10? It usually. I feel like it's Virginia. What time? Are they in a time difference from Ohio? What time zone are they in? Because I feel like it always starts later than what I would imagined. Hold on. Virginia, let me just see. This is definitely not 8, unless if they just don't, or maybe 9 wouldn't be that weird to start, huh? Oh, 10 Eastern. Thanks, Gilly. Wait, Gilly, are you still in here? I haven't seen you. Maybe you could have helped me out with some of the details of what's going on. No, I should never have said anything. I just wanted to tell people, to look for the live, and I guess I just made a mistake. I should have waited. Regretting that. I knew it was gonna. As I was saying, I'm like, God, should I do this? Should I do this? Or maybe I should wait. God, I should have waited. Anyway. Dahlia Mama Drama. 10 Eastern. Okay. PC. I know, and that's why I am moving on. But unless if there's new stuff like this, I'm gonna, have her on and release the statement. So that'll be new. But yeah. But besides that, and then maybe there's some. Oh, did you guys? This is something else. Did you guys see that? Bella actually sent me this. Was it yesterday or today? Oh my god, my days are all like, or it might have been 2 days ago. I don't know. But did you see that? That Candace was on Ernie's and she said 2 days she's gonna come and basically make a statement or talk. Does anybody know what she was referring to? I personally think she was just referring to because at first, if you hear Ernie says, "Where have you been? Why, where have you been the last few days? You haven't been around. You kind of disappeared," or something like that. And then she goes on to say, "Give me 2 days, and I'll talk to you." So I personally think she was referring to explain where she's been. But a lot of these other channels, I feel like, are taking that as meaning they think she's gonna talk about Summer, that she has some information about where Summer is, and she's finally gonna confess. Well, from what I saw, the clip I saw, it sounds like it was in reference to explaining where she's been in a couple days. What do you guys think about that? Did you guys see that clip? Anybody? How many think it was to clear up where she's been the last few days, and how many think it's to confess to what she did with Summer, or that it has anything to do with Summer? Because I don't think that's what she was saying, but that's what everybody's hype. I think, I don't know if even people probably realize that it's not about that, but it brings more people in views, so they hype it up like, oh my gosh, she's gonna confess in 2 days, whether the channels really believe it or it's just for the hype. I don't know. But I mean, hey, that's what you do for your channels, I'm not like bashing them. I'm just saying, I'm trying to contemplate, what do you guys think? Are people really thinking that, or was it just to kind of like create like ooh, come on, watch this? Or do you think people really think that it's gonna be about Summer? I should play. Hold on, let me play it real quick. It was a clip she sent me from. Hold on, let me find it. I think it's from Twitter, but I think it is on. Oh no, it was on that. Hold on, I know what channel it was on. It was a Twitter, but it linked back to YouTube. I'll show you guys real quick. Hold on. Oh, what did it say? About where she messaged? Wait, what, Sarah? I don't know what you're saying. Hold on. I feel like most of you guys probably, I realize that you're a lot of these people, which is good. Finally, some people. No, I don't want to say it like that. No, that wasn't nice. Never mind. Never mind. I'm not even going to clear up what I meant because that could come out wrong. Okay, hold on. Let me. I'll show you the little clip. Hold on. If you guys want to see it, and then you could let me know what you think. What you think it's about, and then we can move on, or then I can end it. One second, 1 second. Oh, wow. Wait. Did they take it down? Wait a minute. It looks like the channel took it down. Huh. Wait, let me try to do it through the link she sent and see. Oh, wait. I'm doing it wrong. Hold on. I did it wrong. I know what I did. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Here it is. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. There is another video after, so let me make sure it's not like bullcrap. Hmm. Hold on. Just give me one. Okay, I don't know. I'm just gonna. This is. Never mind. I don't know. See, let's just move on because there's another video out now, and there's these texts, and it's a channel that sometimes I don't really trust, as far as like sometimes they have really good stuff, but sometimes it's like they will put out anything, no matter if it's necessarily true, just as long as it's like what is that word, like, ooh, like I don't even know what the right word for it, but something that'll be like, it'll make you want to click on it, like, oh my god, if this is true. So I don't know. I'm not even gonna. I guess I could play you the clip, but now it's making me. Hold on. And then they put out this video with these texts, and I don't know if I trust that it's really text from the people that it is. But here, I'll just show you the clip real quick, and then you guys could look into the other stuff if you want. Because I'm seriously, after this, and after I get done with the couple videos I want, and if nothing new comes out, I'm moving. I'm gonna take another break from this case. Seems really pointless at this point. Like we're going in circles, I feel like. If Candace does end up confessing, then when she confesses, we'll talk about it. But up until then, I mean, what are we really talking about? You know? All right, so I'll just share this part. Let me download it real quick. I don't know, guys. Maybe it is coming soon. At least we'll be, we'll be able to have justice for her if it does. But, okay, hold on, let me get it real quick. All right, hold on. You guys do want to see it, right? Or A lot of, I mean, I'm sure a lot of you probably already seen it. But there's a couple people that said they didn't. So let's fly here. All right. Just give me 1 minute, guys. And you guys can figure out what you think it means. Hold on, guys. I know I'm taking forever. I'm just making sure that the part that I want could play, you know? Okay. So at what? 48 seconds. Okay, hold on. 48 seconds. We'll start playing it. All right. Okay. All right, here we go.
2 days, and me and you are gonna go live, and we're gonna talk. Give me 2 days.
I'll give you 2 days. I need to rest
Alright.
anyways.
Give me 2 days. Yeah, you need to.
Wait, I saw another clip because they were talking about where, I swear they were talking about where she was. He was asking where she was. Where did I watch that? Because there was more to it that I saw before. Now I can't remember how I saw it because I thought that's where I watched it. Huh. But anyway, and then supposedly now there's these new things where supposedly Candace and Ernie talking, but you heard her. She said that we're going to go live. So she means going live, right? So I think these texts are fake. And I don't know where this channel got these texts and how do they vet that these texts are legit, or maybe Ernie did release these texts and it is from Ernie, but Candace's name is spelled wrong, and she talks about just them talking personally and not on a video. But there she said live. So I don't know, guys. I'm sick of the crap, though. Either if you're going to tell us where she is, then you tell us. If not, then just go drink and go do whatever. And I don't know. I'm just sick of it. You know, like either put some energy into trying to find your daughter, or if you do know where she is, just let us know. If not, then I don't know. It's getting old. You know? So did Ernie have, like, right before that, wasn't he saying something like, oh, where have you been? You know, you disappeared, where have you been? And she even talks about, like, he starts going, what does he start? He starts saying something like, you better like take a break or something, like, because she says, oh, you better, or something like that. Am I dreaming this up? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I swear. But the weird thing is this is the video that I thought that I watched with the clip. And it's not in there. So where did I see this? It was like an extended version of this. Because it wasn't the whole 2 hour long. I didn't see the whole live stream. It was just a clip. But it was just like a couple more minutes longer than that. There's a little bit more before that and a little bit more after that. And I don't know where I saw it. You do? Yeah. See? I don't know, guys, but that's it. That's basically that's the main part that everybody's saying, oh, she's gonna confess. And then there's these text messages, but I don't even know if that's true. Anyway, guys, all right. But it did make me think, because this is the first I just saw of the text messages when I went to this channel. I'm like, oh my God. Now I'm just thinking, when I was just watching it a minute ago, you guys probably saw my reaction. It made me think, because they bring up I mean, I guess I could just show you the text. Yeah, hold on. It brings up where it made me think, you know how Dawn kept saying she's not on the property, she's not on the property? What if they do have something to do with it and she is on the property, because I think there's a good chance she could be somewhere on the property if they got, try to hide her. Not alive, you know what I'm saying? Like something happened. And what if that's why he kept saying that? That's what I was thinking of when I was reading the text. Like, what if that's why? Because he was trying to steer them away because she was on the property, or she was gonna be. You know what I'm saying? So he kept saying she's not on the property. I don't know. She probably has nothing to do with anything, but because in these texts she says that she's not. I do know this, she's not on the property. So if you know that, that means you know something about it. But I almost don't even want to share it, because then I feel like I'm spreading false information, because I'm not convinced that those are real though. So I don't know how I feel about that. I guess it's just because and plus I don't know where they came from. Do you guys know those texts that came out? Did Ernie post them and say that they're from Candace, or did this channel just say that they're from Ernie and Candace? Does anybody know? Let me think. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It says she's not on the property. But do you know if Ernie posted those originally, the text messages, or not? That's all I want to know real quick. Did that come from Ernie? Not that people are just saying it's between her and Ernie. Did you actually see him post that? Just answer, if somebody could answer that real quick, if you know anything about it. Like, yeah, she did. Okay. Are you sure? Okay. So I guess, because I want to be able to make sure I'm saying this. So allegedly, Sarah is saying that she saw Ernie post these messages. So I'll share these messages that I guess Ernie shared on his live. Don't know if they're real. Don't know if they're true. It's just allegedly from Candace and Ernie. And then, hold on, let me get it real quick. Ah, hold on. Come on. No, I don't want to leave. Hold on, guys. Why does it keep going there? All right. Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me see where it starts. Starts at 51. Okay, hold on, guys. Let's do this real quick, and then I do got to end this because I got to finish editing that. Why do I have trouble getting off with you guys? How did this turn into a summer live? I don't know, guys. You guys are hard to leave. Okay, hold on. Where is this at? Candace. Oh, I didn't even download it yet. It'll only take a minute. It's like a minute video. Come on, come on. Yeesh. There we go. Okay. Delete this, and then I promise this is the last one. Like I said, I just saw this just for the first time now. Okay. So let me take this off. So it says, oh, I don't know what this one up here. I don't know if it shows up. It says not to record me. Well, you guys could read it. Video like me. Benny did, and I don't want anyone knowing that I want to meet you and talk. Okay, you have my word. I want to help you. Why is she trusting him though? The thing is if she tells him anything of important, of course he's gonna tell people. Well, I would hope. I mean, if it's about Summer and about justice, yes, of course. But even if not, a secret, like I don't know. Like, do you think he's really? I don't know. I don't really know nothing about him. But anyway, she says, I believe you. You may be able to help, but nobody can know. I do know for sure Summer is not on the property or anywhere around there. But you see, that's not how she spells her name. But that would just mean that that's how Ernie put in her name. If these are texts from Ernie and her, that would just mean that Ernie spelled her name wrong. That would be a good thing. Let's go to his channel and see, does he spell her name like that when he puts her in the title? Hold on, let's go look. That'd be kind of one way of seeing. Let's see. What's his channel name? Oh, let's see. If he ever, I'm sure he's used her name in it. Hasn't he? He always erases them. That's the problem. Shoot, I don't see anywhere he uses it. What's his other channel with the I one or whatever? Or what's it called? Rescue people or what's it called? Help me out, guys. I'm gonna find one to see if how he spells her name. He's the Predator Nation one. It's not. He doesn't have her in the title because he erases all of them. What do you mean she said her name was spelled wrong? Leave her. What? Can you guys tell me what his other channel is called? I forget. Rescue Our Children or something? Help me out. Just real quick so I can end this and just look. I'm not sure what you mean. She said her name spelled wrong. Who said that? And what? This is on his phone, obviously. Right? Wouldn't that be his phone, not hers? So if he gave her the phone, why does he have it? And I'm confused, but can you just tell me his other channel's name, gosh? Why is these messages? I know somebody's got to be answering and nothing's come up. Where's everybody at? There's no way that nobody's commented. Something wrong? All right, I think everybody's gone then. Shoot, my thing is everybody fell asleep, I think. There's still people in the chat, but you guys must all be sleeping. But what do you, but it's his phone though. That's what I'm confused. He's the one that shared it. It would be on his phone. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so if he gave it to her, what phone does he have that he's texting her? It's not, I'm not understanding that. I look at it like Candace because it's his phone, so he has her programmed. So if he gave it to her, then he obviously took screenshots before he gave it to her. So all I want to know is how does he spell? So he's probably the one that programmed it. I'm confused. That doesn't make sense to me, Sarah. That it's not going along with. I don't know. Am I not? Oh, he gave her the phone to text him on. Okay, but so she has that phone, but he's the one that posted it, so it would be how he programmed the phone that he had that he's showing us. I'm confused. He gave her a phone, but he's the one posting the text, right? So it would be his phone. And then I'm not denying that. Okay, so you're saying he gave her a phone. But what phone is he taking these screenshots to show? It would be her texting him from that phone he gave her then, right? I'm just saying he would. Yeah, exactly, Sheila. So you're understanding. My mind's not understanding, Sarah, how. So you're saying, oh, he programmed her phone, then he gives it to her. I mean, he took the screenshots when it was his phone and he was still texting her, right? Because he's the one that released this text, you guys. Oh, I wish I would have just ended it. I just wanted to know. I just want to like prove and see if he like who. So he's saying that you're saying that Candace programmed her own name in it. I don't understand. All right, I'm just gonna end it. I just wanted to know that my head's hurt, and I feel like I'm not gonna understand this. No, I know, but I'm saying in my head it's not complicated, but it's not going along with what Sarah's saying, so that's why it's complicated. Because what I'm saying is, yeah, it's his phone. But you keep saying, oh, he gave her his phone. I don't care about the phone he gave her. I'm talking about the phone we're looking at. I want to know he programmed that phone. I don't really care about any phone he gave her. The phone, all I care about is the phone that he is using or that he took the screenshots when he was talking to her. I just want to know, did he program that, right? Is he the one that spelled her name? And all I really want to know is his other channel. That's all I was really asking. Because I just want to see if I could catch him how he spells her name. That's all. That's all. No, it's nobody's answering me, so I know. That's what I was saying, Sarah. You're the one that's exactly. I get that. I'm sorry, sir. I got that the whole time. But when you kept saying, "Oh, she's getting her phone," you were like making me think it was something else. I get that. That's what I was trying to say to you. Yeah, that's his phone. All I care about is that. I don't care about her phone. I just want to know his phone. It doesn't matter what she programs it. It matters how he programs the name. You know what I'm saying? It's his phone. So he could give her this phone that could have Candace's name spelled however, but it matters how he programs it into his phone, because we're seeing it off of his phone. So all I want to know is, does he normally spell her name like that? That's all. But it was just a simple question. What's his other channel's name? That's all. Yeah, I don't really care about that phone though. That has nothing to do with what the information I want to know. I just want to know the phone we're looking at. That's the information I want to know. Okay, he did. But nobody knows his other channel. All right, it's okay. It was something rescue children or something. Then he changed it. I just thought you guys would know. But you know what? I forgot, because this is a Johnny Depp video. So a lot of people said who is it? What case are you talking about? So it's a different crowd. So I apologize. It's not the same crowd that follows her, I guess. Which is good. It's fine. Like I said, I want to take a break from that case. As you could tell, I'm just frustrated with it. We're not getting anywhere, in my opinion. I mean, if it's gonna happen, it's time's passing. It's the time. It's not anything any of us are doing that's gonna make us figure out anything. So law enforcement is putting pressure on him or something, scaring him enough to feel pressure. Or, I don't know. Anyway, why does Ernie always, when he does like a live with her, why does he take it down like right away? I'm confused. Why even do the live? I mean, I don't get it. Is there always a reason that he's trying to but doesn't he realize people screen record it? So why not let just people watch it from his channel. Instead, he takes it down, people grab it, and then they have to watch it on other channels. I mean, why doesn't he just keep, so the people are watching it anyways, so I don't understand why he doesn't just keep it up on his channel. Does anybody know? What's the madness behind that? I'm confused by that. Anyway, oh, okay. So he's just like making up a lie, hoping that she'll, yeah, but I don't know if that's a way to make somebody trust you enough to like tell you anything important, you know? No, yeah, you could do a stream where it doesn't automatically upload, but what I thought is I feel like it is there for a minute, isn't it? And then he takes it down. I don't know. I don't think he has it set up where his streams don't upload. I think it does originally, and then he takes it down. Because yeah, you could do streaming where you just don't have them upload when they end. But maybe I'm wrong, but why am I thinking they do, and then he takes them down quick? Because I mean, you could see it's not like he just does streams and that's how he just does it. He just doesn't upload any of them. It just seems just like the Candace ones. Or I guess that's how he just does the Candace ones. But it just is weird because people are grabbing it, so everybody else is broadcasting it. Why wouldn't he just want to keep it on his channel? You know? I don't know. Huh. Anyway, yeah, he always does, but you have to catch him on other people's lives because somebody's always must be checking his channel constantly because they always grab it and then it spreads through other channels, but not his because he deletes them or maybe makes them private. I don't know. They're not public. So I don't know. Oh well. Yeah, I mean, yeah. That actually does almost make you feel like, maybe he really is just trying to get to the truth. Because if he was more about like views or, making money off of, you know what I'm saying? He wouldn't take those down. So the fact that he's taking it down, like it almost makes you feel like, okay, there's some kind of purpose and it's not financial, it's not like a view purpose. So maybe he does have good intentions, Because if not, if it was about like, money or whatever, he would keep those up. So I don't know. I don't really know much about him. I know he's got a lot of people talk not very highly of him. And I know the only thing I know of him is when he did that fake search, which that was my first impression of him. So that was just like, oh, he just didn't come off on the best first impression. But besides that, all I know is watching these videos with Candace. So I don't really know much about him, but oh yeah, no, you could put a different name. But what I'm saying is, first of all, I wanted to know if it for sure came from Ernie, right? So I guess now I see what the misunderstanding, because you guys, like for you, Stephanie, you saw the one with Ernie. But see, like I can't just take somebody's word for it. I didn't see it. So I'm still on the search to see if it really came from Ernie. You know what I'm saying? So my thing was trying to figure out, did this really come from Ernie? Ernie's the one that really posted it. My thing wasn't that, oh, if her name's spelled right or wrong, that means it's really Candace. I see why the confusion. No, no, no. I am still trying to confirm if it really came from Ernie. So that's what I was going to see. Does Ernie really spell her name like that? Did it really come from Ernie? That's the first step to see if it really came from that person. And then we could figure out if it's really from Candace and Ernie. But it would be stupid for Ernie to post that if it isn't her and Candace, because Candace all Candace has to do is say, first of all, Candace is in contact with him, so all she has to do is call him out one live. Why did you do this? Or all she has to do is make a video. I didn't do that to Ernie, call him out right in front of his face. So I'm just thinking, like, gosh, if it came from Ernie, there's maybe a good chance that it was him and Candace. If not, we will see Candace say it's a lie, right? So let's see. But I was just trying to confirm if Ernie really posted that. That was my first thing. So I wanted to go to his channel, or I wanted to figure out if he normally spells her name that way, if that makes sense. But I know he could put in anybody's name. That's where the misunderstanding is. Okay, I see. Yeah. I can't just take people's word for it. You know what I'm saying? For the most part, like, I've gotten too much trouble doing that. So I was just trying to come to the bottom if he really posted it. That was my first step. And since he takes everything down, I can't go back and look at the video or the post. So I was trying to say, okay, let's see how he spells Candace's name and see if it's one step closer, see if it really did Ernie really post this. Is he the one really saying that those are him and Candace? That's all. But anyway, Kelsiv, thank you. Well, email me, Jackie. Yeah, just email me, and I don't even know what call you're talking about, but yeah, email me. And just, you could, I'll see what you're talking about. I think I'm just tired. It's probably something we were talking about, and I'm like, I don't even know what call. Oh, you mean the him with her and Candace? That one? Well, yeah, email me and No, see, we're talking about two different things. Wait, okay. I'm not talking about the video. I was talking about the text. No. That video. First of all, those two videos weren't on Ernie's channel. Those were on another channel. Ernie took down that live. So obviously the one video was him and her because we could see him. I'm talking about the text. Those were two different videos, not on Ernie's channel. At least it was something, if Ernie did really post the text, somebody grabbed it and re-uploaded it. That's why. It was just, that's all that video was from this other channel. They just posted those texts. Supposedly from Ernie. But that wasn't from Ernie's channel. But maybe he did post it. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to figure out if it really came from Ernie. That's all. But you, I mean, Sarah, you supposedly saw the live, so you realized that those came from the same live. From what you saw, and we're able to see with your same eyes. So you're thinking, oh, it's the same live, but those were two separate videos on a different channel. I didn't see it with my own two eyes. I don't know that they're from the same live. So I can't confirm it. I just wanted to be able to kind of confirm it myself. That's all. I know, but I didn't see that. These are two short clips from a different channel. Are you understanding? Yeah, I didn't see it. So I can't just take people's word for it. I've been fooled so many times where people, you know what I'm saying? People are like, oh, I talked to this person. So I like to just have a little bit of backup. I'm not saying you're lying, but I just want to see for myself, you know? I didn't get to see the live because I think that, wait, so Sarah, you did watch his live. What's his other channel then? Can you tell me his other channel's name so I could find it? Did you watch it on his channel or did you watch it on another channel? Anyway, all right, I'm gonna go. If you I know it used to be like Rescue Our Children. Predator Hunter Nation is one, but then he posts on another channel. And it used to be Rescue Our Children or something like that, but he changed the name. Yay, Jamie! Yay! Thank you for joining. I am about to end though, because I'm just rambling about another case. Actually, if I type in rescue our children, yeah, it brings it off. There it is. There's wait a minute, is this a new channel? Ah. All right, I better go. I still have to edit that video. Shoot. You guys are a bad influence on me. Hold on, I'm trying to see. Yeah, I found his other channel, guys. I did it on my own myself. I would have just thought, like, I'm too tired. If I would have just used some common sense, I could have figured it out, like, a long time ago, and I wouldn't have went through all this crap with the phone drama. I would have just looked myself. Not that that video's still up. That video is already down, but I'm saying I was trying to just look to see if he has Candace's name in any of this. But he doesn't. Of course he doesn't. Is he? Anyway, all right. I'm gonna go, guys, but thanks for chatting and thanks for joining, Jamie. And yes. Oh, thank you, Aqua Eyes. I did. Thank you. I haven't really in depth yet because I've had a busy day, but I'm going to. I clicked on it real quick, but I'm gonna look more into it. Thank you. No, hey, cement shoes. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Lynn. All right, I'm gonna go, guys. I'm gonna try to get that edit done for tonight. Oh, I wanted to get it up tonight before the new stuff starts. Okay. All right. Good night, everybody. Bye. Thank you.